Welcome aboard. Yes, sir. It is time to rock and roll. How you guys doing out there? Hope all is well. We're coming to you live from the Champions Simulcast Center. In fact, over the next month, we're actually here at the Champions Simulcast Center. We'll be out here for the entire month. Why? Because we've got the National Horse Players Championship coming on January 12th. We'll be actually out here on January 12th, actually watching everybody wager and maybe learn a little something along the way, right? I mean, it's not like we're horse racing experts or anything like that, but do love horse racing, so it's pretty cool to be able to check it out and see the race for thousands of dollars here at Hialeah Park. Anyway, we are going to be out here. Oh, man, we're going to be here a little past 4 o'clock, of course, because Daryl Stewart is going to join us from Mid-Ohio Doll Fan Club. So we'll have some fun with Daryl at the end of the show. Andy Behrens will stop by in about an hour at 1:30 to talk a little fantasy football. So we'll have a little fun with Andy, as always. And we appreciate those of you checking in here. I hope you're able to hear everything today. I think you'll be able to hear the interviews and everything along the way. Hopefully we have fixed that issue for you here on YouTube. But anyway, so we'll be able to do that. And if you're going to come out to Hialeah like some of you have over the last couple of months, we are at the Simulcast Center, which is south of the poker room in the second floor, but it's over by the track side, obviously. And then this place is beautiful, man. Got a big, beautiful bar. Got the cafeteria there, so you can have some food. In fact, they're serving this gentleman some delicious food right now as we speak. And then you've got all the desks back there with all the TVs everywhere. You can wager on tracks all across the country. And, of course, we've got the National Horse Player Championship qualifier coming here to Hialeah Park on the 12th of January. And you can grand prize is $5,000. You're giving away $10,000, so you got a shot there. So come on out and join us. Eddie is saying, how are you doing, my man? Looking forward to another great show. Thank you very much. Appreciate all of you tuning in. Ernie, Emilio, a bunch of E's that are sending in some texts here on the show. Interesting. We got a bunch of things to talk about. We're heading into the weekend. We got the weekend games. We got actually, I don't know if you know this, but we got somebody that you want to watch tonight. You know that, right?
Who is that?
He's absolutely smoking as a quarterback.
I have no idea.
Jordan Love. Did he just got busted? He just got busted with a little weed. Well, Utah State is in action tonight on ESPN2 at 7:30. So tonight, as a Dolphins fan, you're watching Jordan Love for the hell of it, right? I know I am. You're also watching the Heat kick the Knicks' ass. And then also the Panthers are in action against the Islanders. It's a hell of a night tonight in sports, man. And plus whatever other NBA action that's going on that you might be interested in. Like last night, I was watching both games. I got to admit, I watched Milwaukee beat the Lakers. And you have to admit this, okay? Most Heat fans were rooting for Milwaukee yesterday, right? Because those of us that are on Team Petty, and I'm one of them that, whatever, when LeBron was here, great, fine. And he was able to resolve his issue and get over the hump and all of that, but he needed Miami in order to get over that hump, okay? So I will always be a guy that is, against LeBron as it is. So when I can watch him lose, for me, that is actually very pleasurable. If I can actually watch him lose, I think that's a cool thing. I didn't even notice that the speaker was on in the background for the iPod. And so, anyway, I have no problem watching him lose. Okay, and last night I got to admit I was definitely rooting for Milwaukee, and they ended up getting it done, 111 or 104. Giannis. If Giannis is now going to hit threes, it's over, bro. Over. And the interesting dynamics of that team. Last night, I was talking a little bit about this on our Sirius show, and that everybody was gun ho on getting 3 stars together. Remember? And the Celtics did it, the Heat did it, and obviously Golden State's done it. The Spurs did it for many, many, many years.
That's
with the big
become the
3.
formula. If you want to win the championship, you got to have 3.
Okay, but that formula is wiped out now. Now the trend is 2 guys. Okay, Westbrook and Harden, and LeBron and AD, and Kawhi and Paul George, and so it's kind of become a 2 thing now, not a 3 thing anymore. And that's why this season is a little bit more open than other seasons. But Milwaukee is 1. They only have 1 star. Chris Middleton is their second best player, and he's one of those guys that you would have a discussion, an argument to get him in as an all-star. It would be one of those where a few people would have him as all-star. A lot of people say, borderline, I'd have him just outside. Because he's a really good player, but not an all-star, maybe in most people's eyes. You know what I mean? And so it's really not approval on you're a star, right? In other words, the Heat is not trading for Chris Middleton to be the centerpiece of their team. They'll do it for Jimmy Butler, but not for Chris Middleton. Why? Because Butler is a legitimate all-star, not superstar, all-star. So now you got the Bucks. They got 1 superstar. Not 2, 1. And it works. I mean, kudos to the front office, the way they have that designed, and all those guys and all those shooters around him. And now he's going to become a shooter too. Because last night he went 5 of 8 from 3-point range. That was impressive last night. And I was rooting for it because obviously I wanted the Bucks to win last night. AD did get 36 and 10, and LeBron added 21 and 12 along with 11 assists for his triple-double, but not enough as the Bucks beat the Lakers. And they improved to 25 and 4. The Lakers dropped to 24 and 5. Those are incredible records. And you can go look. I think this might be the Lakers' maybe second loss on the road, only maybe third.
That's correct.
Yeah,
they lost the other night to Indianapolis.
So this is their third loss, I think, now on the road. Then it's second or third. I mean, it's pretty impressive. I think they had 1 going into the Indiana game, and I think Indiana handed them their second loss, and then now this might be – I think this is their third road loss. They don't lose a lot on the road. Pretty impressive. And so last night you saw that. And Houston I can't buy. I went to sleep after that game, which was like a little past 1 o'clock last night to watch that one. And when I know that – listen, you've got those 2 electric guys, and Harden is amazing. Okay, Harden he is so fun to watch, and the control he has of his handle and what he wants to do with the defender is super impressive. I mean, really, it's one of those things that you just got to tip your hat to because it is magic. Westbrook is just a fierce athlete that has this incredible hunger, but he is not an efficient player, and he will do stupid things like yesterday, getting into it, Patrick Beverly, and then getting the tech, and it's like, dude, you got him out. They're throwing him out of the game. Why are you now going to be jawing with him? And then right in front, and he's doing it literally in front of the referee, who tees him up, and then Harden has to push his ass back. And it's just, Westbrook is one of those guys that you admire the effort. You admire the work ethic. You love plays with. But there is a level of irresponsibility that comes to it with his game that it's also going to cost you along the way. I mean, what was it? I wrote it down. 13 of 30, I think it was last night. He shot 13 of 31, 2 of 6 from 3-point range, and he scored 40 points. He also had 8 turnovers. Okay? And it was a really tight game at that moment where he picks up the tech, and it's like Harden's like, dude, are you looking at the scoreboard? Like, we're at the end of the game. Like, relax. take it easy, and he's got to kind of control him a little bit on that one. So watched a little basketball last night as the Rockets improved to 19-9. The Clippers are 21-9. Interesting game to watch, because I tell you, that Kawhi Leonard and Paul George combination, when you get to the playoffs, and those guys are it up, and they are elite defenders. That's the other thing, that when you talk about Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, you know they're elite players. You know that they're superstars. You know they can score the basket. But when it comes to defending, and really defending almost any position on the court practically, except maybe center for these guys, but these two cats can defend anything. I mean, that block he had on Westbrook's drive yesterday was just a thing of beauty. It was awesome to watch last night. So watched a little basketball. Tonight we'll watch a little more basketball. And I'm going to be torn, right? Because this game for the Heat is really not important. Because it's the Knicks. They suck. The Knicks are pathetic. It's not a rivalry. I mean, let's be honest. Miami can mix with – that's how bad the Knicks are. Okay? I mean, really. If Goran was healthy and even Winslow and James Johnson and Olynyk and all, they would beat the Knicks. Okay? And use the guys after them as their bench. Not the five. Not the starting five. You'll beat the Knicks. With these guys, you're going to wreck the Knicks. The good thing is about this Heat team is that they don't take the lesser teams lightly. The other day when they lost to Memphis, they lost to a team that was red hot at that moment. And that's why, you know, hey, things happen, whatever. But tonight, I know that they'll take care of business against the Knicks. But it is a shame that the Knicks have been so pathetic for 20 plus years now. You know, it really is a shame, because that's a fun rivalry. Miami, New York is always a fun rivalry, any way you put it, any way you slice it, because we are the sixth borough. We have so many New Yorkers that live down here. So whenever it's Knicks or Jets or whatever it is, tonight's the Islanders. Not that the Islanders are the same as the Rangers. That brings out more fans. But still, it's always a great thing for the rivalry purposes. But there is no rivalry, because the Heat organization has been, you know, a really good organization for a long, long time. And the Knicks have been a terrible organization for an incredibly long time. And that's just the way it is. And that's where tonight I'll be watching the game, but it'll be kind of half-assed, I got to admit, because I'm going to be more worried about the Panthers, because it means so much more tonight that the Panthers win than even the Heat. Even if the Heat would lose tonight to the Knicks, it would mean nothing. They got a great cast. They're having an excellent year. They got a bad night, whatever. You move on. You sweep it under the rug. The Panthers lose tonight, it starts to add to all the hairiness that we've got going on right now with the team.
Would that make 3 losses to the Islanders? We lost to at their place. We lost one last week.
I think you're right.
3.
I think you're right.
It would be 3.
Well, they're a better team.
No,
right?
Look, I know the Islanders are I think number 2 in
23-8-4, and they're
They're
16-12-5. So
I think they're right behind Washington.
yeah, they're a top 3 seed.
They're like a couple 4 points.
I think they're a top 3 seed. I'm pretty sure of that. They're either the second or third. I think they're the third seed.
But like you're saying, it's also a better game, man. Us against the Islanders.
No, we should not wipe their
the Knicks
team
out. We should
the Knicks, yes.
wipe the Knicks out.
Yeah,
like
but
this,
I'm concerned about the Panthers, because they're 4-4 on a homestand that you knew you needed to have a great homestand. 5 on this homestand, and like Bill said, now that's a good point. This is your third loss now to the Islanders, if that really happens, and you have to really start putting some doubt in there. You know, I know they beat a bad team the other night. I'm glad they beat them at least, and that's important that they win good. It was fun to watch, 6-1, whatever. You know, 600 goals in it. It's great. But tonight is the one that it means a lot. And then to a lesser extent, I'll be watching Jordan just to kind of see, because you never know. He might be a project pick in the second or third rounds for the Miami Dolphins.
He brings the power of weed.
Yeah, there you go. That's right. So maybe if you draft Jordan Love here to the state of Florida, knowing his affinity for pot, the legislators maybe fast forward this whole thing and legalize it. That could happen. Hey, Dolphins have drafted Joe. He loves weed, so let's accommodate him. That's all. Nothing wrong with that. We'll call it the Dolphin Law. That's all, and we'll fast forward that law and become recreational just for Jordan Love. There you go. Gotta love it. Utah State. My man is in Utah State and smoking weed. I wonder, is it harder to get weed in Utah than any other state?
You know something? That's
I wonder.
You know what? That's one of those situations where, because of the mountains and this and all these little crevices, it's probably easy to grow.
Yes.
And there's a whole bunch of that going on.
That's probably true. It's probably very true. Although they can only grow it for a certain amount of months, right? Because they're not growing them right now. Right now, those mountains are pretty damn cold.
Yeah.
Never been. That's one place I do want to go to ski. Okay, not to marry 4 women, but to ski is Utah, because everybody says that outside of Colorado,
City,
right?
U.S. I was at Steins Erickson Lodge and all that. Man, Park City is amazing.
Right, that's everybody says it. That's on a bucket list for me.
The thing that's
that
cool when
you're
driving up to Park City, okay, you can look back in the valley and literally look down in and up to what's it called? What is it? The city. Yeah.
Oh, you mean Salt Lake?
Yeah, Salt Lake, and it's got the down the valley and then up the valley. Literally.
Totally.
It's a beautiful, beautiful view.
Totally.
Totally.
All right, we're in the valley. Totally. And we are at Champion Simulcast Center. Come on out here. We're on the bar side. I don't know. Did Frank plan this? Like, he puts us always by the bar. Does he think I'm an alcoholic? Or does he know that I'm an alcoholic?
We are over here just because of the Ethernet connection.
Okay? Sure. I think Frank's saying, hey, sit here and have a couple of drinks. What I do love is that we're set up and we've got 4 TVs. We're like right in front of us, which is awesome. You know what I mean? I got to tell you something. I'm gonna have to wager on a race, because I'm kind of like in a little Vegas right now. I'm like in a little Vegas mode right now. Okay, doing the show, checking out the TVs, looking at the horses lining up. That's Tampa Bay Downs right there. They're about to set one off now at Tampa Bay Downs. I like it. How about that? What do you think?
What do we got? We got Laurel Park. We got Gulfstream.
Yeah.
And Tampa.
Yeah.
I mean, they got all the bases covered.
Yeah. I like it. This is so cool. So we got that going on here. So come on out to the Champion Simulcast Center. You can come out and wager on some of the races out here. And you can sign up for the Horse Players Championship too. Maybe you can win the $5,000. If you do, you got to take me and Bill out, by the way. Okay. That's just kind of the requirement. Okay. Oh, you take on the U signing 4-star QB Tyler Van Dyke. Brother, we've heard of Tyler Van Dyke for a long, long time. We'll see. I don't get excited about any player whatsoever, although I will say this about Tyler Van Dyke. Because Andrew Ivins, I believe, several months ago was at some, I don't know if it was a game of time. Maybe it wasn't a game. Maybe it was one of those 7-on-7s or All-American high school thing.
That's what it was. It was Sando, the championship or something.
I saw his arm, and I will say this. Kid's got a rocket arm. Now, we'll find out if he knows where the hell to throw that arm. You know what I mean? Because I've seen lots of guys that have rocket arms, and they have no idea where it's going at times, i.e. Josh Allen. So, that does happen. We'll find out. But apparently the Tyler Van Dyke kid has got a lot of talent, and we'll see if it translates now to here. We'll find out. I mean, that's what else are you going
You
to
know
do?
what I'm thinking about it? Of the positions, those 4 and 5 star, whatever. You think of Dorsey, you think of Walsh, blah. We probably have had a better return on the quarterback than any other position. All the other ones have been iffy, whatever, but the quarterbacks have probably been a 50-50.
Okay.
You know,
I see.
I would say.
Okay. Yeah. But for Manny, it better be 100 for him, because after this season, my man's going to need all the help he can get next year to turn this thing around and to convince a lot of people like myself, because I'm starting to think I was wrong for, wanting Manny and egging on Manny and all that good stuff. I thought for sure he was the right guy, like a lot of you out there. And most of us cannot say that we have the same conviction. The only people that have the same conviction about Manny Diaz is his family. That's it. The Diaz family. Outside of that, I don't believe anybody else really has the same kind of conviction that Manny is a great coach. You can hear him screaming in the background with the race going on.
Hey, do you think,
This is at Gulfstream right now. What's going on?
because of the way Manny came in and let his mouth overload his rear end,
I'm just laughing.
do
The guys
you
back there.
think that maybe that is a contributing factor, low key, and you know what I mean? And
Maybe.
not been so much up in the press and we're going to be Canes and old school. And
It didn't help.
Yeah.
It didn't help. It didn't help.
Well, then
race-
he brought this on itself.
Yeah, the race is done clearly, and that's why everybody quieted down. That was great. That was fantastic. Anyway, so we'll be out here for a few hours, and at 1:30, we're going to have Andy Behrens from Yahoo Fantasy joining us here on the program. We'll have a little fun with Andy, and we'll get his. It is Super Bowl week for those of you out there, and hopefully those of you made it to the Super Bowl, and hopefully Andy has helped you. Oh, odd question. Have you ever watched Highlight, and is it still happening in Miami? I bet you did not think you would get a Highlight question. I've seen Highlight several times. I have broadcasted from Highlight, Miami Highlight. I used to broadcast from Miami Highlight all the time. When I did Spanish sports talk, which was La Ensalada Deportiva in Radio Acción in 8:30 a.m. back in the day. This was 90, I want to say 92, 93, I want to say it was.
Real once upon a time.
Yeah. I mean, 91 was my first year. I want to say it was 92 was when I was at Radio Acción. And we used to go every week to Miami Highlight, and I had a blast. Is it still going on? Yes. And a little nugget for you, Dougie Fresh. If you go to Miami Highlight, the players there are mostly former University of Miami football players. There you go. Go to and put Canes players playing Highlight, and you'll see the story come up. It might have been Michelle Kaufman, actually, or I forgot who it was. Maybe Manny Navarro. One of them wrote a story about now how former UM players, several of them, are now playing Highlight there at Miami Highlight. Now, the auditorium is no longer dominated by Highlight. It's only like 2 or 3 rows of seats right in front of the court where they play. I mean, it's limited, like 20 people, 30 people, and that's packed. That's where it's at right now. They're hurting. Obviously, it's a sport that's pretty much dead almost.
Are they still playing in Dania?
I think Dania still has also, and
But it's been scaled down.
Yeah, they're all scaled down, dude. I mean, they all were severely scaled down.
What was the other player?
And we don't even
Fort Pierce was the other one.
Yeah, and they may still be around. I'm not sure, but they used to have the tournaments, man. Back then,
Yes.
I used to cover the tournaments.
Joey was probably still playing back then, correct?
Yeah, I had Joey on my show a couple of years ago when he got inducted into the Broward County Hall of Fame. He was inducted the same year with Zach Thomas. And
Joey goes back to the days of my dad going to highlight forever.
Yeah, no, I had a girlfriend that was in love with Joey. Like we'd go and she'd be Google Gaga over Joey. All the time.
You know what? Highlight actually is a really cool game to watch, man.
It's a great game.
It is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a great game, dude. Great game.
Do you know back in the day?
Difficult too. Bro.
When
I tried it.
Yeah.
Oh, I had
your hand wrapped up in
I had access to all that stuff back in the day.
Right.
And so they brought me into the court and they gave me a cesta and all that. And, they handed me the ball and I'm trying to throw
Fastest
it.
moving ball in sports, they say.
I'm trying to throw it. I can't throw it. There's no way I can catch it. It's just like, oh, man.
Didn't you play track ball as a kid, man? Didn't you have a track ball?
Oh, God.
It didn't matter, right?
Not like that. Not like that.
Well, you're strapped in.
Yes.
That's the problem. You can't
it's
spin
odd,
with
bro.
You can't spin the handle
it's
like a tennis
odd.
racket. Yeah.
It's really odd. It's a skill set that you got to have.
Just
man.
a little tidbit. Miami Highlight back in the day, Guinness Book of World when we were kids. It was the world's largest fronton.
Oh, okay.
For highlight. It was the world's largest fronton.
Hey, when I was a kid, parents used to make it all the time there, man. All the freaking time.
That used to be Miami Highlight, that Dinner Key Auditorium and Jackie Gleason Theater. Those were the three places you could do a concert here. Joplin, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, supposedly Jimi Hendrix.
Oh, yeah.
The Doors, of course, went to Dinner Key and he whipped out Bach. But Miami Highlight, that was one of three options.
Oh, yeah.
Dinner Key and Jackie Gleason. That was it.
Ernie Cabrera says, Big O, I'm ready to hear Andy's comments on whether he agrees with you on starting Tannehill over Wentz this weekend. LOL. Yeah, I know. I can't believe, but I had to tell you Tannehill because Wentz has no receivers, man. All his guys are injured. And he doesn't have a running game. Consistent.
Bro, let me solidify
Although
that.
I like Miles.
Look, I own both of them as my. I have Mahomes and Tannehill, and he was projected to score more than Mahomes last week. Okay.
Well, Mahomes has been dealing with a hand injury,
right? But nonetheless,
so that's got a hand injury in your throwing hand. It's got to affect you, dude. So that's the thing. But he's healthy at least, like his team. I'm saying the guys around him. But Wentz has nobody. No one. They got backups. They got a back that's running. By the way, the former quarterback,
kids playing decent.
Greg Ward. Fun fact for you: Greg Ward beat Pat Mahomes for the district high school championship locally, and at quarterback. Greg was a quarterback. Mahomes was a quarterback. Greg now is a receiver at this level, but when they were both in high school, Ward beat Mahomes for the district title.
Is it Houston? Any quarterback, I think?
I have no idea. Who?
Ward.
Oh, I don't remember now. Now I'm
for some reason, I'm thinking the other night we were watching the game and he had the 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it was.
Says Big O, you having audio problems? I don't know about that. Let's see.
Is it Houston?
No.
Any quarterback?
Doesn't sound like it, dude. You're having. Okay. So it's perfect. I have it up. Like I have the screen here so I can answer your questions and stuff like that. But I can raise the volume up like that if you tell me that I'm having audio, because we have had audio issues the last couple of days. But right now, it doesn't sound like there's any audio issue whatsoever. Okay? Sounds perfect to me right there. So if there's any audio issues, it might be your connection there, my man, unfortunately. I know that we've been screwing up lately, and I apologize for that. I put Mevo on blast yesterday on social media. We'll see if
I saw that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, the losers haven't answered. So, that's where I would say, you know what? This is not a good company. They don't answer on regular emails. They take forever. They got terrible service and communication, and you even call them out on social media, and they don't even answer. So I guess the company must be doing really well, and they don't need any extra customers or anything like that. But warning for you that if you do buy a Mevo camera, be careful. The service is absolutely terrible. So if you do have an issue, if you have an issue with the camera, you're toast, dude. You're not going to be able to do anything whatsoever. So We got Heat and Knicks tonight, a game that, man, I wish I could look forward to, but I can't. The only thing, although I will say this. No, you know what? I was going to tell you that, yeah, at least you get to kick the Knicks' ass, but I'm kind of tired of that. It's like boring already. It's like, you're way better than the Knicks. They're a terrible organization. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of what I've told you in the past, that like the last 20 years, like the last 2 or 3 years, I got kind of tired already. It was tiresome hammering the dog for 20 years because it's 20 years of stupidity. Yeah, it gets to a point where you're just tired of pointing out, why are you so bad? That kind of stuff. And I would say that I would take some pleasure in it, but it's like you're 15 years old and you're playing your 11-year-old brother. And you're like laughing the entire time on one-on-one playing basketball, and you know you're going to win the game easily. But it's not something like if you were 15 and he was 14, or you're 17 and 16 and 18 and 16, where there's a little bit more even level playing field, and you can get some, pride, and you can enjoy it, and you can talk smack. Yeah. Playing your 11-year-old brother, you're actually entertaining him is what you're doing in the process. You're really not challenging yourself. You're entertaining him. And what's going on tonight? Tonight, it's the 15-year-old brother is taking the 9-year-old out. Not even brother, okay? Because let's not go brother here, because there's nothing about the Knicks that are brothers. They are like your, really, ugly adopted kid or something. And he's all lonely in the neighborhood. He has no friends. And you picked him up and you said, hey, let's go play a little basketball. He can't play. He can barely dribble. But you're going to entertain him for about an hour or two because there's nobody else to entertain. So tonight, the Miami Heat are going to entertain, the ugly adopted kid in the New York Knicks and just teach him a lesson. That's all.
To have a rivalry, you got to have kind of equal winning.
Yeah, there is no
But when you do say rivalry,
20 years already.
It goes through my head, man. Allen Houston, the layup.
Oh yeah,
right in the front of the.
I was there. Yeah, I saw it bouncing around. I was there. I saw that. I remember those days. But
was that the first 8 to be the 1? Is that what that was?
I don't remember. If that was the first or Denver did it before. I'm not exactly sure.
But that was the 8. They were 8. We were 1, and they beat us. That was one of those Michael Jordan.
I think so.
Not in the league type thing.
I think so. Yeah. What's it called? But this game is just one of those games that I wish I could look forward to, but it's just.
You can concentrate more on the Panthers, like you said.
That's what I'm going to do.
That's the only advantage.
It's not something. No Winslow tonight. Still dealing with the back injury, and Justice. I'll tell you, while you love him I do at least. I love him as a glue guy, and I've been a Justice fan and supporter, and I've had the patience to wait for him to develop, and he's developed. I don't think he'll ever get to the point that people may want him to be a offensive, juggernaut or anything like that. I don't think that's ever going to happen. But what you can't deny with Justice is he is injury prone, man. Wow. He has way too many injuries for my liking. That's the one thing that I would say, if you somehow can trade him, it would make a lot of sense to trade him, That would make a lot of sense if you could trade him. Because it's a guy that, he's unreliable, unfortunately. Physically, unreliable. It's kind of weird. And I haven't heard anything. I got to look it up there, see if Goran Dragic. I think you're going to get Goran Dragic and back this week. Or today, I'm sorry. Not this week. I think it's today you get both of them back. I have not seen the updates yet here.
The last that I saw, because I've got an eye on him for fantasy, it's like a day-to-day type. He's close. He is close.
Who are you talking about? Goran?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Josh.
I think Goran is playing tonight. I think he's listed as questionable, but I want to say because they've pretty much had Shooter on. I haven't looked it up yet, but I would imagine that they talked about it, and maybe Winslow is not going to play. Goran Dragic has been upgraded to questionable for Friday's game against the Knicks, and that's according to the Sun Sentinel. Wojnarowski of ESPN reported that there's optimism that he plays. Okay, so.
With the groin, don't you hold him out? We don't need him for the Knicks. Don't you kind of hold him out?
That's what they've been doing. That's
Yeah,
what they're
we
doing.
don't need, let that groin sit for another day, right?
Well,
Or do you want him to get some playing time?
That's the
Timing.
thing, because the next 3 games are really difficult.
Okay, so get him out there a little bit.
Yeah, you're playing like the Pacers.
Oh.
I think you play the Sixers again. I got to look it up. But you've got a couple of really tough games now in this homestand. This one is the easy game out of the homestand. The rest of the homestand happens to be absolutely brutal, and so that's why it. And he's been out for a while. So if he plays today, it's because they feel that he's healthy, that he's ready to go. That's the thing. So you got to play him at one point or another. And to play him in a game like this, you can kind of ease him in. And then the next couple of games that are going to be much more difficult, you will have now the opportunity to then enter this game and say, okay, I'm ready to go in the next game. And he can push himself a little bit more. But if you start off with a really tough game right from the get-go, you're going to have to push yourself because that's the challenge. You're taking on one hell of a team. And if you're taking on a hell of a team, you're going to have to try. And that's what's going to happen to Miami now after this game against the New York Knicks, because this is the layup, as they say. The rest of the way, it becomes one hell of a challenge for Miami. Look, here's the schedule after tonight's game. They've got Utah on Monday, Indiana Friday. And then next Saturday, it'll be Philadelphia. The good thing is it's broken up. So you don't play Utah for 2 more days, gives you time to rest, gives Goran a little time that if he does play today, rest, and then get ready for Monday. Then they've got 4 days off until they play Indiana from Monday to Friday. And then it'll be a back-to-back set because they'll play Indiana and Philadelphia on Saturday. So this stretch coming up now is a bitch. Then they go to Washington, come back to play Toronto, at Orlando, home against Portland, at Indiana, at Brooklyn. It's not an easy stretch coming up. Okay, with the road and the teams that you're playing, most of these teams are actually pretty difficult. Utah, Indiana, Philadelphia, Toronto, Portland, Indiana, and Brooklyn. 7 of your next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games. 7 of your next 10 games are difficult games. The easy ones are the 2 Knicks games, and I don't know, should I call Orlando easy? Because no, I should not. Actually, 8 of the 10 are difficult.
Because always a pain.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. So 8 of the 10 are difficult. This is not an easy stretch for Miami right now. Not just the homestand, but right after that. Nice. And you know what? We could find out. Now, when you're done with Brooklyn on the 10th of January and you've played those 10 games, we can now say, okay, after this stretch, what did they do? And let's see how because I told you 8 of the 10 are difficult, right? 7 are good teams. The 8th one, obviously, is Orlando. Let's see how many of those they win in this stretch here. That'll be interesting right now to see how they are in this stage of the season. Because remember, we've got about a third of the season done now at 28 games. Just a little under a third of the season, right? No, it's
28 is past. What would be 84?
Yeah. So
it's
it's just over a third of the season. I think
it's like you're saying. It's a good mark. It's a good idea, but this 8 out of 10, that's more like a playoff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, no, because this will also put you at the halfway mark of the season.
Yes.
pretty much. And so now you're like, okay, now you kind of know what you are pretty much in that first half. And I think we'll get a good feel here. Myron says, "Oh, I believe my Niners can win anywhere in the playoffs. That's my opinion. I believe defense they have can win a championship. I know nobody believes in Jimmy Garoppolo. Understand? Plus, some players are back." Well, dude, it's not that nobody believes in Jimmy Garoppolo. It's that Jimmy Garoppolo is untested in the playoffs. He's untested for an entire regular season. Now he's been able to get through it. And he's had some pretty good moments. And I thought he got better as the season went on. I think as long as he stays away from turnovers, the beauty of that San Francisco team is you're not really carrying that team. The defense, the running game can kind of be the center points of the team, and the passing game can be the complementary part of it. You know, so I agree with you. I think your Niners can win anywhere. Right now, listen, Niners in Baltimore, right? I mean, that's what we have to look at and say that's the rematch that we're expecting in the Super Bowl now, because the Baltimore Ravens did beat the Niners the first go-around. So we're kind of expecting a rematch here with that great defense against that juggernaut of an offense right now. That would be a very interesting matchup for the Super Bowl and a great storyline because they played in the right one result to lean on.
After they beat New Orleans, okay, and obviously 46-48, whatever that score was, it was like, yeah, but to lose to Atlanta at home, and we had talked about it, 205 yards passing, 134 of that to Kittle's. Lack of receivers is an issue, but obviously running game and Kittle's can counter. And look, lack of playoff experience, you can't buy it until you got it. It's a different animal. But we will get a good test when they play Seattle, in Seattle, and it's kind of like for that division. We'll know what's up.
Drew Bow is telling us, I think I'm feeling Herbert again. Just won the Campbell Award, and the last game he threw well. Yeah, but he didn't throw a lot, and the one touchdown was the guy was like wide open, like all by himself. He was so by himself, he was bored. I breaks him. He's 6'6", 225, and broke multiple records at Oregon. Oregon is not really known for quarterback you or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Drubo, the problem here is desperation. And when you're desperate, like all of us are as Dol fans, these are the things that happen. Okay? I got some of the guys at the bar, obviously. They are rooting on a race at Gulfstream. Anyway, so desperation sets in for a lot of us because we haven't had a quarterback since Marino. And if you're young, oh my Lord, I feel terrible for if you're young because like Pennington is your watermark. That's like your high mark right now is the guy that was put together with Scotch tape. And so God, he has not convinced me whatsoever. And you're probably going to have to spend a really high pick on the guy, and he hasn't shown me dog. And that's my problem with Herbert, that I don't see that moxie from the guy. You know, and I don't have that level of trust that a lot of people may have with him. That's the thing. And for me, I just would not use my first round picks on Herbert. Listen, you get me two good first two picks, and Herbert is still available late first round, and you want to take him? All right, I get it. He's 6'6". I think he's actually closer to 235, 240, not even 225. Like he's a big kid. He's got a good arm and everything, decent athleticism, all of that. I mean, the good Lord blessed him with all the tangibles that you look for in a quarterback. Okay? That there's no doubt in my mind that he is on the all-runway team. He looks the part. Like when you see Ryan, You know, Tannehill, great kid. You're not going to get the 2 a.m. call in the morning. Hey, coach, I got arrested. Hey, coach, I hit my wife. You're not going to get any of that from him, right? Athletic, got an excellent arm, right? Can run, all of these things, but not a great quarterback. He's on the all-runway team. All the other things look really, really good. But when the rubber meets the road, when the crap hits the fan, and you can come up with any other cliche you want, okay, and you need that guy to step up, I'm not ever counting on Tannehill. And right now, Justin Herbert has never shown me that. And that's why I cannot be on board with you, Drew Bowe, whatsoever early on. Late, you want to take a flyer on a guy, you have so many first and second rounders. Listen, if you take a project late first or second with 3 first rounders and like 3 second rounders, hey, man, I'm good. 1 out of the 6 is a project quarterback. Go for it, man. Keep taking quarterbacks. You're never going to get one. So you trade one for last year. If it doesn't work out with Rosen, fine. You draft this guy. It doesn't work out, fine. Go get another one next year. And keep getting one and keep getting one and keep getting one. What you cannot do is what this franchise did for many, many years. Not get one. Or keep the same guy around for 7 years that every year never shows you he's the guy. This is the front office I want. They're going to keep drafting, keep trading, keep signing, keep whatever. They're going to keep, like they did this year, in filtering guys in and out of their roster. And people around go, well, no, they're trying to lose. No, dude, they're trying to find as many young players that they like. That's what they want to do. Why keep old guys around? Yeah, they're making you a little better and you'll win a 6th or a 7th game or whatever, but that doesn't do you anything. And it doesn't develop your team down the line. What develops your team is giving Dieter time, whether he's struggling or playing well. But Michael Dieter's getting the experience. That bodes well for you. Okay? Playing the Jordan kid, playing the Needham kid, playing whoever you can, any of these young cats, it helps you. It helps you every time they make a mistake because maybe they learn from that mistake and it's one less mistake they make next year. But no, keep focusing on tank. Go ahead. Take a chance later on Herbert. I got no problem with that. Even though I'm not a fan, give him a shot. I get it. Even Jordan Love. Although you got to kind of question Jordan Love a little bit, right? Because, dude, you're a quarterback. I get it. You're a college kid. College kids that, smoke a little weed, drink a little beer. It happens. Thousands of college kids are doing it all across the country. But if I'm a team and I'm looking at Jordan Love, I will say this. I'm a little concerned that Jordan Love chose to do this at a time when he's about to get drafted. You would figure that these few months here, dude, let me walk the straight and narrow. There's a time and a place after I get drafted, after I get tested right before training camp, like everybody else in the NFL knows. The test training camp, I pee, I pass, and I smoke for 11 months. And then next year again, the month leading up to training camp, because that's what they all do in the NFL, all the guys that smoke and aren't in the drug program, because see, morons, once you get busted, you get into the drug program. So don't get busted. Smoke for 11 months and stay off of it for 1 month. That's what they all do. And most of them end up passing their test. They never get in trouble because they're smart. So Jordan Love did not use smarts. He couldn't stay away from a little dope. He couldn't stay away from toke, pass, baby. He couldn't stay away from 420 for a couple of months. Come on, dude. It's like the guy that gets fined. Your agent's telling you to clean. He's going Motorhead on you. Stay clean. Many of you have no idea, have never even heard that Motorhead song. Anyway, so just stay clean. And then you flunk the test in the combine. You gotta at that moment, if you're a team, you have to question that individual.
It just shows irresponsibility.
And also
timing
a
is
lack
terrible.
of discipline. So if you have a lack of discipline for this, how many other things are you going to show me that you have a lack of discipline? Because if you cannot say, you know what, dude, I'm not going to smoke a joint for a couple of months. My agent says I need to be clean for the combine. I need to be clean for the teams. And then I'm going to get tested right before training camp. So you know what? I don't want to be embarrassed. I don't want to end up in the drug program. I'll wait till I get tested. Once I'm clean, then I can just smoke all I want for 11 months. I do is sacrifice a couple of months. And if Jordan Love wasn't willing to sacrifice a couple of months, you have to question that. You have to. You have no choice. You must question it. And if I'm a team, I'm a little concerned about that. And now, here's a kid that wasn't going in the first round. Here's a kid that was going the second or third rounds. Here's a positive out of all of this. He's going to fall a little farther now. A couple of more spots. Miami has a ton of second rounders and a couple of third rounders. They might be able to get him later, a little later in the draft, and it's a project. I mean, hey, Tunsil, man. Now the bong thing, the bong mask for Tunsil. Now you're here, big boy. Yeah, this is awesome. Man, this is the race that Tampa went crazy for. Anyway, so what was I leading into now? What was the part of the story I was leading into?
You were talking about
Tunsil. So when Tunsil got busted with the bong mask, it wasn't around the draft. That was a video that was like 2 years old. And then somebody, being an idiot, a financial advisor that he turned down because he chose another financial advisor. So that financial advisor wanted to be an a-hole and release the video. I know all those guys. Anyway, and so they screwed Tunsil, but it wasn't like Tunsil was smoking right before the draft to get himself in trouble. You know what I mean? And that's the difference in that story compared to Jordan Love.
But it's dirty, man. That
It's a dirty business.
low life.
It's a dirty business, man, when we are on the road. He's still in the business. Yeah.
Seriously?
Oh yeah.
Does anybody actually give him the time of day?
Because players don't end up doing their homework and they don't do the research and then they don't find out that he's the guy or whatever. That's the way it is.
You would think that something like that, man, would ruin your reputation, and nobody would want to be anywhere near you. Why is this guy even in the circle?
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it ruined him to a certain extent, but now I'm sure he's trying to recover
He
from
deserves it.
Well, you'll see. We'll see him over at the East-West Shrine, and which we'll be broadcasting out there at the East-West Shrine game from Sunday through Wednesday. Especially, it's really not Sunday, Monday through Wednesday. Sunday, I'll probably do something at the house or in the studio or something like that, some short maybe. But Monday, broadcasting live out there. We're going to be staying at the team hotel. We're going to have a really good time out there. And remember, it's going to be like an all-day broadcast almost. Well, not all day because we got to go to the practices too. So we will watch the practices and then we will do our shows in between, either before practices, after practices. I mean, it's going to be one of those things.
It'll be kind of like in clips.
Yes.
We're going to do a segment, Bob go.
Yes.
A segment, Bob go, back and forth.
Yes.
Info, give people.
Yeah, because we've done it for many years where we stayed at the team hotel. We're back there again, staying at the team hotel. We got a great relationship with the folks at the East-West. 21st East-West Shrine game that I'm covering, man. 21 years now of going to the East-West Shrine game. So I'm really looking forward to it, and we'll get all those quarterbacks on the show out there, and whichever ones I may like also. We will try to do our best. And because we're not trapped in just a time slot, we're going to have a lot of flexibility. And because you've got the access to the YouTube channel, you're going to get the notifications the second, and you'll be able to go to it. I'm wondering if the website already, because our website is up, by the way. It's not finished yet.
Are we still in under construction status?
No. Well, I mean, yes, it's going to be under construction for the next, I don't know, maybe 2 years.
Right. But what I mean, actually moving, going in, and seeing, the live hit,
everything.
Because everybody. We're trying to go on the site, and you just hit that button and boom.
Yeah, no. But what I was talking about is the YouTube channel. I believe. See how they can hit all the podcasts as you update them. They're all there. All our podcasts are there on the website at Big O Radio Show. And let's see. And we have the YouTube channel embedded into the website, but it is not ready yet. It's not firing off yet. That's what I wanted to see, if it was firing off the website, but it is not yet. But it's there already, which is a beautiful thing. Website looks great, man.
I see our marketing partners, 300 Bees, that little army of bees. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It is BigORadioshow.com. You can actually go to it now. You can check it out. BigORadioshow.com if you want to check out the website. It is up already at this point, and we're now starting to remember everything. We can't do everything overnight, but little by little, we are growing immensely, and we appreciate all of you out there that have been so supportive. We're going to have Andy Behrens join us here at the bottom of the hour. We're going to talk a little fantasy football. We'll have a little fun with Andy Behrens. If you have any fantasy football questions for you Super Bowl contenders out there, you Super Bowl folks, unless you're in the semifinals right now in Week 16, and like I say every year that I've said it for, 30 years that I've been doing radio and talking fantasy for 30 years on radio, quit that league. Okay? Quit that league. Tell the commissioner, and if you're the commissioner, what the hell are you doing? Your Super Bowl is supposed to be this week. Never make your Super Bowl in Week 17. Ever, 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 ever. It's so irresponsible. It really is not the right thing to do. Okay, so quit that league is my suggestion to all of you out there that have that. Okay? All right. The accidentlawfirm.com text line is 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. And don't forget, our show is proudly brought to you by Choice Mortgage Bank. Michael Kodsey, man, he is amazing. And folks, listen, when you call them, tell them that Big O sent you, all right? Mention my name. They're going to take care of you at 561-441-2730. That's the owner's personal cell number, and we can still get you into state rates, fixed rates under 3.5%. So call them right now for those state rates under 3.5%. Sale, conventional, residential loans, condo loans, reverse mortgages, jumbo loans, FHA, VA loans. Call them right now for a free qualification and consultation. Nobody's going to work harder than Michael Kodsey and the great people at Choice Mortgage Bank.
Fall 2019 bubble. Toyota Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year change over. Take us an offer. The offer. You can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when you unused 50% less. Upfield 2019 RAV4, not 30,019, 775. Upfield 2019 Camry Elite, not 26,017, 775. Upfield 2019 Elite, not 22,012. 775 and 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood. Number one Toyota dealer. Currently paying over $800 Call 561-441-2700.
You want to wait till you're done? We got time. What is that, bro?
Panada.
Michael Kotze can help. It could be denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long. Call 561-441.
Do they have food over there, like lunch?
Got to order it from her. Food.
From her?
Yeah.
Do you want to see a menu?
No.
Frank's around? Yours?
He's walking around.
Hey, Andy, how you doing, brother? Yes,
Got his
sir.
number?
I can hear you loud and clear, man. You ready to join us, bro? Excellent, man. Give us 1 second. I check. Thank you.
Send him a text. Yeah.
Got him. Hey, I'm going to give a Heat, Knicks, Panthers, and the Dolphins. Getting a quarterback.
Herbert or Jordan Love. You got two different.
Well, I'm going to mention we got to watch Love tonight.
Yeah, right. But no, we're talking about Love's maturity. Jordan Love's playing tonight, but we also got to think about his maturity. And then asked about some are believing in Justin Herbert this week.
You're on.
All right, welcome back. We take you, of course, till about 4:20. Then you can light up. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the program every Friday, we do it at this time. We talk to Andy Behrens from Yahoo Fantasy, get into a little fantasy football. And obviously today, or this week, it's the Super Bowl for those of you that are in responsible leagues. If it's next week, like I told you, fast league. Anyway, Andy, how you doing, my brother? Yeah, no, I'm with you, man. And sometimes you'll see the people that are in those leagues, and they think they're getting more for their money because they're getting one more week. But really, what you're going to do is, if you do get to that championship, you might end up getting heartbreak, and that definitely becomes a mission. Somebody asked me if they should play Carson Wentz or Ryan Tannehill, and it's hard for me to pick Tannehill for anything. But with Carson Wentz having a wide receiver, the disaster that offense is right now, you got to go Ryan Tannehill in the Super Bowl, don't you? I don't hear Andy. Well, he's going to fool somebody for a ton of money. That's, I mean, listen, man, he's not going to step up in big moments. He's riding the wave like he normally does. And now, as a fantasy player, you don't care about that, right? Nothing you can fix.
Dude, I changed the input. That's it. That's all there is.
All right, and remember, you can always follow my man Andy on Twitter at Andy Behrens, and you can catch his work there at Yahoo Fantasy. Andy, is there a player that you are concerned about this week that people might be depending on, but you really shouldn't depend on? Good stuff there, as always, from Andy Behrens and Yahoo Fantasy. When you look at what's it called with Wentz this week, all right, I asked you about Wentz and Tannehill, but the fact that he has almost no weapons, that has to be a real issue, right, against Dallas this week. It's hard to even count. Forget about Tannehill. It's just hard to count on him. Just like, by the way, with the Dalvin Cook thing, that's the other thing I wanted to ask you. I think we've reached the point now where you don't draft Dalvin Cook anymore until later in the draft, right? He's no longer an early pick because he's too injury prone. That's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. Dak Prescott with the shoulder. How concerned are you if you have him for this championship run? Derrick Henry, man, he's got that hamstring injury. He's kind of been downgraded. How much of that is a concern? I mean, he is a beast, and you gotta. He helped get you here, but I don't know if you can count on him. That's a problem there. No, you can't. You can't. Yeah, that's that because he's the focal point of the offense. Without him, that offense just doesn't go. That's what really gets it going. But against the Saints, I would imagine they're going to stack that box and they're going to say, "All right, Ryan, you're going to have to beat us." That's probably what they're going to do. True. Christian Kirk, what kind of an option is he? Is he at least a flex this week? How do you handle Odell Beckham this week? He's dealing with an injury. He hasn't played well. He hasn't produced in a big time way like Odell normally does. And they're going up against the Ravens, which I know it was different the first go around. Cleveland played pretty well. But, what do you think about this man? So are you playing Devontae Parker this week against the Cincinnati Bengals? Devontae has been awesome, came back from the concussion, scored 2 touchdowns. Is he a number 1 or number 2 wide receiver in this week in the Super Bowl? Because you would never figure that the Dolphins would have an impactful fantasy player, but they actually do in Devontae Parker. Five. By the way, in Minnesota, with all the injuries at running back, if Dalvin doesn't play and the backup doesn't play, is there another option that you would play, even in a flex spot? Yeah. There you go. All right, Andy, give me something else, man, that maybe I am overlooking, that a nugget you want to share for our listeners during the Super Bowl? Follow him on Twitter at Andy Behrens. More importantly, go to Yahoo Fantasy. And what are you doing on Sunday, Super Sunday, here in Fantasy? There you go. Andy, as always, you're a stud, my brother. Look forward to it. And we'll talk next week as we start only fantasy basketball next week. How about that? Hey, you know what I was thinking, Andy? I don't know if we should do this on the air. Any shot we can move fantasy basketball to Mondays? You know why I say that? Because we're all setting our lineups that evening, and maybe we could talk about the pickups or anything like that. By Wednesday, a lot of it is dried up at that point. You know what I'm saying? Let's do it. All right. So next week we'll do it Wednesday, and then from there on out we'll start on Mondays with fantasy basketball. That way, once football's over, we can get the ball into Mondays. All right. Damn right. No doubt about it. Andy, thank you as always, my brother. Good luck this weekend. May you win many championships, because I know you're in 406 leagues. You got it, baby. Be good. There you go. The great Andy Behrens, man. Gotta love it. Yeah, I want to move fantasy basketball to Mondays because you got to set your lineup on Monday for the week. For those of us that are stuck in the thing, those of you that are in daily leagues, great. But Monday takes care of everybody.
The timing gives you assistance.
Everything. It just gives you everything because it starts the week off, and I think it's just better. But we could not do fantasy basketball and fantasy football on a Monday. It's just. But now that football is over, fantasy-wise, we'll move. Make it nice and easy for you guys out there. How about that? I like it. What are you going to say?
Give me a second.
All right. 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, it's 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the program, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. And I tell you, all week I've been wearing these Invisaligns, and I've got some issues with the bottom of my teeth, and they were trying to straighten out my bite and all that. So I went to Murias Dental, and Eric and the great staff out there, they are just absolutely awesome. And let me tell you something, Murias Dental is your implant and Invisalign experts. So, and remember, there's only less than 2 weeks left. 10 to 11 days. Take advantage of your insurance benefits for 2019, folks. Do it now. Call them 305-821-0231. Get the teeth clean, get a cavity, get whatever. Those benefits don't roll over to next year. So do it now. Call Murias Dental 305-821-0231. Go to the website muriasdental.com.
Recordings are coming out like crap. Second day. Coming up.
Get it from this.
I am. Oh, I do that. That's why I asked.
Okay. Right. Definitely good. No, it's good. That's good. Yeah, that's good. I like it. Okay. I like it. Well, and we'll be here. And I'll be here for you.
So I need 100 players. I've got 12. This is only for real season degenerate horse players. Plus 300 to get on. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you got to really kind of help.
Okay.
Look, we're talking. We're reaching out to the real.
I opened it up with the show and talking a lot about it.
So you got the information.
Yes, I did. I have it right here.
That's really my priority for the next few weeks. And then the early morning. Can't say this yet, but I think I have showtime on March 28th. Championship of the world. So that's good. That's enormous. And I got it.
Yeah.
So that's real good. But I think in between, we're going to give away a car like the Hyundai people. I made a deal with them. Hyundai Genesis is the official car of the Super Bowl. We need a place to park 100 cars. So we rented a parking lot for a month. We start bringing cars. Give them away. Genesis, the official car. I'm telling all about the Genesis. It's a nice car.
They come at 3:30. 3:40.
Like the problem. You bring in this with one choice.
Yeah. Bill screwed us up. Say it. Bill screwed us. Say it. Bill screwed us.
I did not mind. I gotta go print it out. $45. I signed up for a new sign up.
Okay.
$45. We would have won $270.
Damn, Bill.
$270. But I said we got double balance this week. All right? Yeah, great. Chase after. It's called negative progression.
Where do you bet football?
I bet on this. I'm on. Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 sites.
I don't know how.
It's so cool. It's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
they have apps now and everything.
Yeah, it's like it's on your phone. I'm gonna print it out, but
Okay.
345 is better.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right. And it'd be like just one of those handicapping. And
Yeah. Well, we always do. Have a little fun.
Yeah.
Yes.
Handicapping, busting the stones, and picking next week.
That's it.
That's it.
That's all we do. That's life.
Listen, you had 2 of them.
I know.
You picked
I picked the Minnesota one. That's the one I
Minnesota,
love.
which was, I thought you were that's a little out there, and I didn't think I would be as confident with mine. But you had Patriots. The Patriots were,
Yeah.
That was when we should have. That was like a guinea against Cincinnati.
We'll do it again. We'll do it again.
All right, we'll get another shot.
All right, welcome back. We're out here, baby, having some fun at the Simulcast Center here in Hialeah Park. Come on out and join us. We'll be out here for the next 4 weeks. We'll be out at the Champion Simulcast Center. And I love this because you hear the action, right? You hear everybody screaming and having some fun because they're wagering on tracks all over the country. Whole thing. And don't forget, okay, for you serious horse players out there, you want a great opportunity of winning $5,000. Come on out to the National Horse Players Championship. The qualifiers come in here January 12th on a Sunday. We're going to be out here, by the way, broadcasting that day, having some fun. Bill and I will be out here for a couple of hours on that Sunday. They're going to award $10,000 on site to the winners. First place is $5,000, baby. You want to find out more? Call them 305-758-8681 or go, of course, to hialeahpark.com if you want to find out more there for the National Horse Players Championship. Okay? Bill's kind of ballsy here. He thinks he can actually do this thing, but I told him he's got no shot. But he's
gonna happen, man.
he just he thinks he could pick the horses.
Call my dad. Have him come over.
Is
My
your dad's a professional degenerate?
No, my dad watches the horse channels and stuff like that. He
Really?
likes- Yeah.
So bring your dad down here to compete in the National Horse Players Championship. Come on, man. Nothing wrong with that.
He records them and then checks them out on his. He always
Make-
to the horse. So just keep an eye on it.
Make a deal with him. If he wins, you get the money. That's all. I mean, that's a great deal. All right, Dad, you win, I get the money. There's nothing wrong with that. You do all the work, and then I get the fruits of your labor. It's a beautiful thing, man. That's what you got to do. Anyway, if you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, it's 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the program, Ernie says, thank you, brother. Keep us posted. I'll keep you posted if I get that championship. 18 years. Wow. Doug says that dude in the bar got Tunsil's mask, then mixed it with bath salts, vodka, and a broken marriage, and went out in public yelling over, oh. Dougie's reacting. No, I'm good. Dougie's reacting off of the excitement here at the Champion Simulcast Center, because when they're in the middle of a horse race, you will start to hear the folks going crazy and cheering on their horse. Right now, we're looking at Stronach, and we're looking at let's see what else here. Aqueduct, Tampa Bay Downs. It's a beautiful thing. See, you can come on out here and wager at all the tracks around the country, and it's beautiful too, because we got the bar. We got a nice little kind of meat, food. They can bring you a nice steak. I know that's what Bill's going to do. He's going to order himself a nice lunch, like he always does, because the food out here at Hialeah is just absolutely phenomenal. And let me tell you something. They've been really smart here, because it's kind of a all entertainment. Like tonight, you can go downstairs to the Flamingo Lounge. They've got the DJ going on. You can dance with that significant other of yours, have some drinks, enjoy the gaming downstairs. They've got the 900 machines. No smoking in this casino. Okay, we've got the smoking hot slots outside. So those of you that want to enjoy a little cigarette or a cigar, you can enjoy the beautiful breeze and, of course, your gaming and all that. But inside, nobody's going to park next to you and smoke it all up. You can actually go home without your clothes smelling like smoke. It's a beautiful thing, I'm telling you. And so come on out to Hialeah. You can get great food. You can get the entertainment, music, dancing, and, of course, all of the wagering that you can handle. So we'll be out here. Go to the website, hialeahpark.com. All right, we got the Heat tonight taking on the sorry Knicks, 8 o'clock at the AAA. No Justice. I think Goran and James Johnson will probably end up playing tonight. You got the Panthers back in action, taking on the Islanders. Big game for the Panthers. And I know that we're not at the beginning of, we're not in the end of the season, so it's not like real desperation set in yet. But the Panthers started off so well. They died out. Now they're outside looking in on the playoff race. And here's one of those teams that is at the top of the Eastern Conference. This is one of those teams that you've got to beat. 7 o'clock tonight at the BB&T Center. For you Dolphin fans out there, okay, I want to remind you that tonight, Utah State, okay, they are taking on Kent State. It's the Tropical Frisco Bowl in Frisco, Texas. It's in Frisco, Texas. And it's at Toyota Stadium. How about that? There you go. Toyota of Hollywood. I really enjoy my XSE, man.
To the car yesterday, I'll tell you what, out there in the parking lot, it looked black.
Right.
But that was because of the overcast, or whatever. The night before, underneath the yellow light, it had the aqua greenish, but it is a blue, right?
Yeah. So it's like one of those multicolored type of thing, but it rides so good.
I gotta tell you, the spoilers, the air dams in it, the lines on it, man, she looks like she's looking for a racetrack to get on.
It's a sporty looking car. If you want to check out the Camry XSE, that's the one I ended up purchasing. That's my my new vehicle that I got from the Zinn family, of course. We are loyal to the Zinn family. They are loyal to us. We are loyal to them. That's why we've had a relationship going on 10 years now. And we've expanded it. How about that? We were broadcasting once a month at Toyota of Hollywood. Now, starting in January, we are broadcasting every Thursday at Toyota of Hollywood. How awesome is that? That is pretty cool. So every Friday, we're here at Hialeah Park. Every Thursday, we're at Toyota of Hollywood. Wow, that is pretty cool. So that now you know a couple places you can meet us up at the show. Like right now, you can hang out with us, listen to the show, watch sporting events, watch any of the races, wager, enjoy some food. We're out here. Every time we're out here at Hialeah, the beauty is Frank sets us up by a bar and plenty of seating. So you can hang out. We got about 10, 15 people here right now, right here in the bar area. And then there's a whole bunch of people in the simulcast center behind us that they're all wagering and checking out all the tracks around the country. So come on out to Hialeah Park, man. We're always broadcasting noon to 4 every Friday out here. Except the last Friday of the month. We start at 1. That's our normal time because we are at Craig Zinn early in the morning, which that will be next Friday, if I am correct, right? Next Friday is I think next Friday, yes, it is. Next Friday, we will be, a week from today, we will have the dual broadcast that we do once a month in the morning at Craig Zinn Acura and then in the afternoon right here at Hialeah Park. So appreciate that. What else do we want to get into? Oh, for you Dolphins out there, West Virginia, QB Will Grier, remember him? He is going to start for the Carolina Panthers this weekend. And not that it means anything to Dolphins, but I wasn't necessarily the biggest Grier believer, but I was kind of intrigued with the kid. And he fell in the draft, obviously, and Carolina ended up drafting him. And now they feel that they saw enough of the Allen kid, and he didn't convince. So now they want to see Will Greer here in the final 2 games to see what they have in Will Greer. But a lot of you Doll fans out there, you were interested in Will Greer from West Virginia because this is a kid that played with a lot of moxie, and he put up a bunch of points. And West Virginia's offense was very exciting under Will Greer. So I understand the Doll fan that was kind of intrigued by Will Greer. I say it myself. I had a little intrigue myself, and I'm going to be interested to see how this kid also develops. Now, remember, don't jump to any conclusions because that's what they did with the Allen kid. He started off really well for Carolina and then tailed off because as these defensive coordinators get the film on you, they start to figure you out. And that's what they did with Allen. Now we'll find out what happens with Will Greer and how he plays over the next couple of weeks. So looking forward. That's a little quarterback nuggets for you guys so you can check out this weekend. Did you see on social media Steph Curry was trending?
No, I did not. What did he do now?
Apparently he got nude.
Where? Because everybody gets nude in their bathtub.
Yeah.
Get ready to go bed.
Now they say it might have been a locker room shot or something like that, or maybe it's with Aisha, or was it with somebody else? Somebody else took a picture. I think it was supposedly some kind of locker thing, privates and everything shown. Not why you want to trend on social media, right? I saw that. It's like, okay, he's trending. Why? And then I look and oh no, wow, really? Like today we had Steph Curry trending because he's naked, and ASAP Rocky sex tape. I did not bother looking up the ASAP Rocky sex tape. Okay, I got to tell you. I just wasn't interested in either one. The Steph Curry one you couldn't avoid because it was like all over the place. Not that you saw. Well, the one I saw was kind of like blanked out, but I'm sure the real ones were floating around. But they had those like everywhere on social media. It was like all over the place, and it's like, really, this is what we're talking about. And I wonder how. The question is really, how did it all get out? Because if it was anything out of line, I think he and Aisha are going to have some words. Let's see. Oh, is there a chance that Brady is done? I can't take one more comment about him being over 40 and when he's done. Isn't Belichick done too? I swear they better not make it to the Super Bowl. Well, my brother, that's the disease that we've all been trying to eliminate for a long, long time. I mean, there's no other way of phrasing it. Maybe I could come up with a better way of phrasing it, but this is one way that, we're all dying for Tom Brady to go away. We're all dying for Bill Belichick to go away. I know I want this to be true. Okay? Huh. I mean, yeah, no, I want Belichick. I mean, I want Brady that he's really leaving. That he's got his house up for sale, and so does his, so does his trainer, and his contract is set for, free agency. I hope all of this is true.
You've had your lifetime fill. You don't need any more. Good.
Yes, I've had enough. You know what I mean? Listen, I've had enough, and I want him to go away. But there's a part of me that fears that Belichick finds another quarterback. You know what I mean? And he did draft the guy I like in Jarrett Stidham. Not that
remember you. Yeah.
By the way,
of course the Patriots.
Not that that means anything whatsoever, but they did grab Garoppolo, who I also liked back in the day. So I don't know. We'll see. Because I really like Jarrett Stidham, man. I looked at him. I said, okay, why isn't this guy going a little higher in the draft? This guy's got the tools, man.
You know what I meant to
And
ask?
he's raw, but man, size, arm, athleticism. He can move around a little bit. You know, he's not, like a Lamar or anything, but he can move around in the pocket. And man, guy's built like a quarterback. That's a great project to take on, whether it succeeds or fails. But you take him in the
Take
middle
a flyer,
rounds.
yeah.
Who cares?
Did you see? Did you happen to catch Belichick going up to the podium earlier this week, man, wearing the knickers, the style choice he selected? He literally had his sweatpants like knickers, okay,
Wow.
and sporting what looked like those Skechers.
Right?
Yeah, and it just was just a really bizarre look because I'm like thinking it's probably at least 50 degrees. They're up there.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
but they're used to it.
sporting knickers. So, it's kind of just like, dude, what do you think you're going to go there?
Yeah, but it's like those people up north when they come here, they like get in the water in the middle of December,
Oh, yeah.
January. They're like, "What the hell are you doing?" And to them, it's like, "This is nothing, dude. This is warm water." And we're like, "This water's freezing."
The only time we did that one time, it was January. It was cold. It was like 45, 50. It was a dare type thing. We just ran down the beach, jumped in, jumped out. And literally, it was like that. Jumped in, jumped out. It was done. And it was like, you remember those idiots that were out there all day in this? What's wrong with them?
Yeah. Belichick has no interest in discussing Brady's career low completion percentage, as I guess the reporters were asking about Brady's low completion percentage. He says we're really focused on Buffalo. Wait a minute, here we go. Where is it? Okay, we're really focused on the Buffalo game and trying to get ready and play our best in the game. So going back and analyzing stuff from other games this year and all of that is really not where we're at. We call passes to complete them. We call runs to gain yards. We call defense to stop our opponents. We call returns to gain yards on a return, Belichick says. So that's why we call those plays. So we want to make all of them as good as we can. Try to make every play productive. And that is, as we're all hoping that this thing ends, a lot of us, of course, are Patriot fans, you look at what Bill's doing there, and smart. One, he's not going to talk about the past anyways in anything. He's always moving forward on everything. So to bring this up, what would he gain from it? Why would he start to elaborate on any kind of struggles that Tom Brady has had? And you can't talk about struggles for a guy that's brought you 5 championships and you've been to 15 Super Bowls in 20 years? I know I'm exaggerating, but you know what I mean. It's hard for you to start doing – that would be really asinine of him to do something like that. And he did the right thing in just detouring right away, deflecting it, and not allowing it to become a subject. Really smart on his part to do that. Because he may be seeing what everybody else is seeing. I'm not ready to say it's over. All I'm saying is I hope it is. He has fooled us over and over again when you think Brady's done and then he's really not. So, well, again, time is the only end to all of this, and we'll find out if they're able to do it. Let me ask you something. Hey, Bill, do you have the sound from Mark Davis that I sent you there? Can we play that soundbite from Mark Davis? Tell me when you're ready. The owner of the Oakland Raiders, Mark Davis, they just had their final home game there ever in Oakland. They're done. Okay, the 2 games that are left, they'll be on the road. They are no longer playing any more games in the Coliseum. This past Sunday was the last one. All the players, and you saw Gruden and all that, and they were, shaking hands and hugging with the fans and all that stuff. And Mark Davis was on the field, and a reporter approached him about the ending of the Raiders' run finally in Oakland. Now you would figure that the owner of would, to a certain extent, be emotional about it too. Understand the environment, understand how people are feeling about losing the team that they passionately love, because you got to give it to Oakland Raiders fans, man. That's a passionate group, dude. Okay? And it's not just the ones that are in the black hole. Any Raiders fan that you may know here in town, anywhere you live, they're pretty passionate, man. They
say it with pride, as bad as they've been.
Yes.
I'm a Raider fan.
Yeah, always. Every Raider fan that you meet has a ton of pride in being a Raiders fan. I mean, that no matter how much they suck, and they'll tell you that, yeah, we suck. I don't care, but I'm a Raiders fan. And I have all the respect in the world. So you would imagine that the owner, understanding the environment, understanding everything, you should deliver something that really connects to your fan base, right? Here's Mark Davis. Yeah. No.
What?
Play it again. One more time. Here we go. Mark Davis, owner of the Raiders, final game ever in Oakland. That's basically, just so you'll know, for all of you, and you're a Raiders fan, the owner just basically told you, yeah, I don't give a rat's ass about you guys. I don't really care. I just want my money from Vegas. They really want me. They really want my team. They're the people I care about. I don't care about you guys. You guys were too cheap. You couldn't build a stadium for me. I'm out of here. And then for him to say, well, I went through this in 82. Okay? And he was a young man in 82. I get it. He was born, I think, in 55. So, he had some years on him at that point. It wasn't like he was a young pup or anything like he's a young pup now, I'm saying. He experienced it then when they left to Los Angeles, is what he's talking about. But you would figure, okay, an owner would take inventory of the moment, understand where he's at, and then say, this is really emotional for me. My dad brought this team here. I was raised here in Oakland watching this team, and all the great Raider moments that we were so happy. And this is such a sad day. I feel for the fans. We're going to do our best to represent them when we're in Las Vegas. We're going to represent the Raider Nation. It's a real shame that we weren't able to come to an agreement to really keep the team here. And I feel for these fans, because these are the people that really supported us through all the good and all the bad. And to them, I say I love them for it. And they are a great fan base, and I'm so proud of the Raider Nation. Boom, you're done. You accepted it. It's the realization that you're moving, but you're also at the same time connecting with the fans that you're leaving behind and understanding them. Because you have to kind of sound like you don't want to take the team from them, but you had no choice because you have to do the business move. Look, everybody understands why the Raiders are going to Las Vegas. All the sense in the world. Oakland is a poor city. Oakland is not the kind of city that should be supporting a pro team, much less 3 or 4 pro teams. Okay? They have no business having a basketball, baseball, and football team. None. They shouldn't even have the baseball team, which is all they have left over, because the Warriors have moved over on the other side of the bay. And now the Raiders are gone. It's the A's that are left, and I know they're going to pretty much save the A's. But it's probably not smart either, because you're not a rich town, and you're saving the A's for a poor owner. Think about it. It's an owner that never spends. So how are you ever going to get over the hump of and it's amazing because they accomplish a lot considering they don't spend. But just going back to that owner, for Mark Davis to be so insensitive in that moment, it's just it just is.
You could just see the class of the individual. Like he doesn't get like, how can you do that to those people?
Yeah. Yeah. It's terrible. It really is. Anyway, so that's where I would say for Mark Davis, you, sir, are an absolute embarrassment. That's the only way I can look at it. And you have no humanity. You got people that there are probably people that are crying because there are fans that care that much that they will cry and it really is hurting them. And all this guy can care about is probably his really nice house in Las Vegas that he's already purchased, moving over there and living that lifestyle and banking all that money because let me tell you, the Raiders I think are going to be really successful in Las Vegas. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's going to be such a sexy destination. Like next year already, Bill and I are going to go. We're going to do our show next year. We're going to be there all week. We'll arrive on Monday and we'll leave on Monday. And we'll do all week there in Vegas, getting ready for that game in Las Vegas.
When you said they're going to be super successful, you're not talking about the team on the field.
You're not talking about money.
You're talking about just the cash.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, because
as long as Gruden's there.
Half the stadium will be the visiting fans.
Oh, yeah. No.
That's what I'm saying. Because I've already.
So it kind of doesn't matter what the product on the field is. Fans are going to go.
Yeah, because you're going to get because Raider fans are loyal. So you're in Las Vegas. They're a vagabond. They're already the gypsy team of the NFL because now they're in their third city. Okay, and they've been to one because they've gone Oakland, LA, Oakland, now Las Vegas. Right. So they have fan bases from Southern California, Northern California, and now Las Vegas. So the West Coast is full of it. Plus, you have Raider fans all over the country. So they will get their support because they're good. I don't think they're going to, because obviously John Gruden's not going to be great. But when they play the Broncos, half that stadium will be Broncos fans. When they play the Packers, half of them will be Packers fans. When they play the Dolphins, half of it will be Dolphins fans. Because I'm hearing from Dolphin fans all over. Not only are they going to the draft with us in April and hang out with us at Tommy Rockers for the 3-day broadcast, not only are they doing that, I hear a ton of Dolphin fans that say, I can't wait to go to Vegas to go see the game against the Raiders next year. Of Dolphin fans are already saying that. Why? Because every fan base is going to say that. Who the hell doesn't want to go to Vegas? I love Vegas, man. It's fun. It's a blast. I was having this conversation with my wife the other day. Because I go to her again, you sure you don't want to go to Vegas with us? She's like, no.
I was going to mention, didn't your wife say she wasn't interested in going there?
She goes, it's boring. And I'm like, what? Huh?
Wow.
And I don't go for strip clubs and call girls and bunny ranch. Okay? I'm not doing any of that stuff. I've never gone to Vegas for a bachelor party or anything like that. I've never done any of that. I've never been to a Vegas strip club. And I've been to Vegas about 30 times. About 30, man. Never been to one.
You didn't get coaxed by a bunch of people.
Never been.
All the boxing matches you've been.
Not one time, dude.
Wow.
I am amazed. I've been to a strip club.
You know how
every other town I've been in, I've been to a strip club.
You're probably the
Indianapolis, I've been to a strip club in the combine. Back in the day at Mobile, I used to go to Sammy's all the time because a lot of NFL people would be there.
Right.
You know, nowadays, forget it. They don't show up anymore because of phones and all that, and you know everybody's got a camera. So NFL people, and now NFL people in some of these road places that we go to, now they hide where they drink and they hide where they hang out away from people that could possibly have a camera. So they try to get privacy.
Prying eyes screw everything up.
Yeah. So I hear a lot of people are going to do that. So my wife was like, no, Vegas is boring. I'm like, gambling shows, concerts, just walk.
Vegas is boring. She's probably the only person to ever say that.
We're gonna walk the strip and watch the craziness on the strip. That alone is fun one night. Just to do that. Go hang out in Fremont Street for a couple hours. Go to the Hoover Dam. Whatever. Hang out at Lake Mead. I mean, there's so many different things to do. Well, one thing I always do every time I go to the Pinball Hall of Fame for an hour or two. Get me a bunch of quarters and have some fun. Always do that. I mean, are you kidding me, dude? Vegas, little In-N-Out burger. There's too much to do in Vegas. My wife goes, boring. I go, they got malls. She's not a big shopper either, so that doesn't really attract her. But they've done a really good. Man, let me tell you something. You can entertain yourself in Vegas just by walking from one hotel to another, because they're such architectural wonders that you want to go inside and check out how it looks inside, because it is so nice. You know, you look at the Cosmopolitan and it is all glass, everywhere glass. And you're like, wow, this is pretty cool. You go to Caesars and the architecture and the paintings and all that stuff all over Caesars. Awesome there. There's so many places to go. To me, I love Vegas. I think it's a blast. And then, of course, there's a little gambling. Nothing wrong with that either. I don't know. But that's fine. Hey, the wife doesn't want to go. More fun for me. That's all. More shows, more concerts, more hanging out with you guys. Looking forward to hanging out with all of you. I'm sure some of you will be dragging me to different places. So we'll have a little fun. We're going to have some dolphin parties, too. Right after the drafts, we got to come up with some kind of, like, get-together somehow, right? We got to do that, where we all, like, hang out, have some drinks, talk about the draft that day, picks we like, maybe we didn't like, moves we like, moves we didn't like, whatever, that kind of stuff. How the future is looking now with certain players in the mix, all of that. I think that would be a lot of fun if we're able to do that. And we definitely need to get definitely what I need, Bill, in a big time way is I need the concert thing to improve. You know what I mean? Because one of the reasons I look forward to going to Vegas is because I expect to see some good shows. And I know what you're going to say. The NFL is going to whip out some stuff, and they're going to tell us probably up in January. They'll probably announce. Well, actually, no, because the draft ain't for a while. So, no, it probably – you know what? It won't come on until after the Super Bowl. They probably won't announce it.
I was just going to say,
they're not going to take anything away from the Super Bowl.
All the priorities are probably Super Bowl right now.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, we're still a few months away. We're still – you know, we got time. We definitely have time. Anyway, 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line. You can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Many ways to get in on the program, and Instagram also at Big O Radio Show. That's the other way that you want to get in on the program. What else do we have going on? At 2:30, Will Carroll, the injury expert, will join us here at the bottom of the hour. We'll have a little fun with Will the Thrill. At 4 o'clock, Daryl Stewart is going to come by. He's going to join us from Mid-Ohio Dolphin Fan Club. At 4 o'clock, we go around the world and we talk to a different Dolphin fan president. And this time it's going to be Daryl Stewart. So we're going to have a little fun with Daryl, and we'll talk all kinds of good stuff there. Let me see what we got on the accidentlawfirm.com text line. You know what? We're up against.
I was going to say, we got Will Carroll coming on in 3 minutes.
Yeah. Let's do that. Let's hold off on the accidentlawfirm.com text line. Right now, let me tell you about Caneswear. That's what we'll do. Let's go to Caneswear, and let's talk about Brett and all the great people at Caneswear. And folks, if you're looking for jerseys, polos, T-shirts, hoodies, and hats, You got to go to the place where I go. I've been going for years, man. That's Caneswear Miami Fanwear. It's the only place to get brands like this. Adidas, Columbia, Star, Donation, top of the world, Hook and Tackle, and of course the Caneswear exclusives are all there. It's a huge selection. Well, now they've got a bigger selection than ever because 2 years ago they moved into a bigger store, and that store is already packed. I was telling Brett, you're going to have to expand again. And they've got Dolphins, they've got Heat, Panthers, Inter Miami jerseys are coming. They've got the shirts too already. But the jerseys, they've ordered them. They got like 2,000 jerseys coming in. So when the jerseys are released, a place where you can get your Inter Miami jerseys is at Caneswear. So get on down there to 2511 South University Drive in Davie. Caneswear Miami Fanwear. That's the spot where fans like me shop. Welcome back. We are coming to you live from the Champions Simulcast Center here at Hialeah Park. And in fact, over the next 4 weeks, 3 more weeks after this, we normally broadcast over at the Poker Room. Now we are going to be broadcasting out here.
Look, the size of this place reminds me of
It's enormous, man.
It's like something out of The Shining. How the rooms were huge and immense. That's what this is like.
Yeah, you're right. There is a lot of space, man. No doubt about it. It's such a beautiful shop. It really is. And the architecture here is just awesome. I was just taking a little walk now. And I had to go to the restroom, and it's just you just soak up the atmosphere. And obviously, I've known about this place for so long, since I was a child, that it's been around a long, long time. Anyway, we, as always, we are joined at this time by Will Carroll, the injury expert on Twitter at Injury Expert. Will the Thrill, how are you doing, my man? Yes, unfortunately, there's a lot of injuries. Dalvin Cook is one of them. He's dealing with another shoulder injury. I kind of fear for this kid because he's kind of become injury prone. And this is another shoulder injury, a different one. How bad is this one? All right, let's go with Dak Prescott, the right shoulder. How bad is it?
Vamos, cinco, que dale que más tierra. Vamos, five. Come on, five. Más siete.
All right, I got people getting excited here. I'm at Hialeah Park, and I'm at the simulcast center. So we got a couple guys here at the bar. The simulcast center, the main part of it is behind me. I got a wall If you're in the bar, I got a few guys rooting for their horse. Anyway, you gotta love it. Derrick Henry with the hamstring, they've been managing it. It's not any more serious than it's been the last couple of weeks. He's still playing. All good? Okay. Odell Beckham with the groin injury. Is it serious or is there more drama here? AJ Green been sidelined the whole year with the ankle. Where is he now? Because there was some talk that he was going to come back on the back end. Trading deadline passed and gone. Why he would even come back at this point is beyond me. But what's the latest in his injury? All right, Evan Ingram with the foot. What's the latest on the tight end? All right, Bucks-wise, give me the latest on Evans and Godwin. I know they're both not playing. How bad are those hamstring injuries? You can follow him on Twitter at Injury Expert. He is Will Carroll, kind enough to join us every week here on the program at this time. Let's move over to a little basketball. Kyrie with the shoulder. What's the latest with the flaky one? Wow. All right. Steph Curry trending in nudity and dealing with a hand injury. What's the latest? Pascal Siakam dealing with the groin injury. What's the latest? Ooh. Yeah, no, that Oladipo injury has lasted a while, but I got to tell you, the Pacers are, along with the Heat, they're one of the best stories in the NBA, man. I mean, without Oladipo, they've had a hell of a season. And speaking of that Laker game, that was a win too for them. That was, I got to tell you, man, props goes to the Pacers, man. That organization, they're not the sexy destination. They're not going to get free agents, but you know, that organization finds ways to stay relevant and stay in it. It's pretty good. Yeah, but they don't get no, but they don't get. What we mean is big ticket free agents will not go to those places. They just don't. And Giannis got drafted there. If not, he's not going to get anybody of his equal to go. He's not going to get another star. Couldn't get a star to go to Cleveland. You had to trade, Love to get him there. You know what I mean? And so, and Indy doesn't really land big name free agents. It's just not one of those things for them. But again, Utah's not going to do it either. And certain places, the thing is, they do understand who they are, and they know that, okay, well, we've got to be really good in the front office. And that's where I got to give the Pacers credit, because over the years, they've been really good in the front office, just like Utah. Utah's really good in the front office, because if they're not, they're going to be screwed. They can't play the free agent game. They can't do it, unfortunately.
Uno.
Right. Yes. Quick story. If there's an 89 Topps card, Barkley is blocking David Robinson. They're both going up in the air, and Barkley is way up there with Robinson. As you know, Barkley was way shorter, but his hand is right. His hand, Robinson's hand in the jump shot. So it shows you how much he's up in the air. If you look at the crowd, because it's right off of the key, I am sitting with my wife on the aisle. Right, I got a Heat jersey on, so does my wife. This is 1989 All-Star game at the Miami Arena, and I am right on the side of the floor, and I'm right aligned with the foul line on the free throw line. That's where my seat is, in other words, right on the side of the court, and I'm up about 30 rows up. Okay, so I got a nice view. Anyway, we get there a little early, and I noticed that, like, in the fifth row, the same two seats that we're in are empty, the aisle and the seat next to it. Okay? So I go to my wife, hey, let's go down there, and until they kick us out, we'll go back to our seats. So we walked out, we sat there, and about at the end of the first quarter, I feel a tap on my shoulder. And I look up, and boy, do I got to look all the way up. It's Mark Eaton asking me, yo, these are my seats, man. Get the hell out. So when you brought up Mark Eaton, I had to bring up the Mark Eaton story while I met him and as a fan, this is right. I didn't get into the business till '91, so this is before I got into the business, and I was a season ticket holder with the Heat, so I got access to the All-Star game, and I had great seats, man. In fact, I have my own rookie card. I call that card. I have that card. In fact, I had those cards, right? I had them collected. Here's another story. And my buddy is sifting through the cards, just looking at it. And he goes, hey, dude, you're here. And I go, what are you talking about, man? And he goes, look, that's you and your wife. I'm like, holy crap, yeah. And so there you go. So a friend of mine found me on, huh? Yeah. Yeah, well, back in those days, yeah, he might have done some crazy ass stuff like that. Yeah, back in the day. But yeah, that was my Mark Eaton story. I sat in his seats during the All-Star game in Miami, and he kicked me out. I love it. I love it. All right, hey, Will, everything cool out there? You ready for the holidays? Wow. Well, we'll be on that Friday. If you want to join us, you're more than welcome. I appreciate it as always, my brother. Will, you are the best. Follow him on Twitter at Injury Expert. He is, of course, Will Carroll. Will, thank you. You got it. There you go. Will Carroll, man. Good stuff there. Look forward to hanging out with him at the Combine, and we'll have some fun. I know we'll get you to Sun King, bro. We'll get you to Sun King. You'll enjoy yourself. Let's see. What else do we have here? Drubo says cocaine is a powerful drug. All right. I know that line. I don't know why he was using it. What were we talking about earlier that was brought up on the chat boards? I don't know. All right, 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the program, that's 786-322-1105. That's the accidentlawfirm.com text line. If you want to get in on the show, in fact, let's check out a little bit of the accidentlawfirm.com text line. Let's see what you guys have sent in here in the last 24 hours. Let's see. Got it there. Oh, some guy sent me yesterday on the text line. He goes, hey, do me a favor, man. Tell me what Johnny Rockets you guys are broadcasting from in Vegas so I can meet you guys here. I looked it up in Vegas. There's a whole bunch of them. It's Tommy Rockers, and there's only one. He's like, he LOL'd me back and all that. It's called Tommy Rockers. For those of you out there that are going to join us in Las Vegas, Tommy Rockers. We will be broadcasting all 3 days at Tommy Rockers in Las Vegas. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we will do all of the Dolphins draft picks. You got that? So once the last Dolphin draft pick is selected, we will shut down the broadcast for the day or night, depending on when we're doing it, because obviously Thursday and Friday are night broadcasts. And then on Sunday, it's a day broadcast. But the beauty of us being in Vegas is that the draft is going to end 3 hours earlier for us. Look out. Look out. It's that Aqueduct. They're going. It's the 4 coming up on the 8. Coming down the finish line. The 4 pulls ahead. That's my favorite number. I should have bet this race. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Only losers say that. And the 4, baby, pulling ahead. There you go. The 4 beats the 8. 6th in 3rd place, 7th and 4th. I love how they have the little numbers cruising around like in the finish line next to the horses. That's pretty cool. Because sometimes you can't tell the numbers, right, from a distance.
When they're all
Yeah.
together and stuff like that, it's just a mass of horses.
I like it. I like how they use the technology to help you out a little bit there in Aqueduct. That's pretty cool. That's a nice little feature the Aqueduct broadcast has. I like it. I have failed to wager on a race. And you know what it is, right? This is where I'm screwing up. Next Friday, I'm going to get here early. Actually, I won't because I'm coming from Craig's Inn. Anyway, I got to get here in time to go and then place a couple bets ahead of time. So that way when they come up, we're ready to go. That's what we got to do. Okay? What is it? Prioritize is the one that won. Prioritize number 13. I'm looking at the second group of horses. I got to see the first group. I don't know what number 4 was called, but there you go. Number 4 came in for Aqueduct. Gulfstream, they got the races up now. Laurel Park, also they're working on, and Tampa Bay Downs. Oh, it is. Yeah, I'm looking at 13. That's right. That's my bad. 4 is prioritized. Right, that's what it is. Right, that's what it was. You're right. Good call by you. And Inscom is number 2. Family Biz. I always love reading the names because horse names they're a trip. You know what I mean? Those are always pretty cool. All right, 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line. Hey, Big O, do you think Chris Bosh will be enshrined as a Heat or a Raptor in the Hall of Fame? And that's a fantastic question. I'm going to say Raptor. I'm going to say I think he chooses, correct? He should choose Heat. But I think with the way it ended, the blood clot and all that other stuff, that might have put a little sour taste. And I wouldn't be surprised if he goes in as a Raptor because he had a great run there for 7 years, went to a couple playoffs, didn't do anything, didn't win anything because they didn't really have a great team. But it also gives them an opportunity. Would that be the first Canadian into the Hall of Fame from an NBA team? Not a Canadian as in a person born in Canada.
Steve Nash.
Right, but he didn't play for Toronto or Vancouver.
You mean as a player?
Yeah, as a player. That's what I'm saying. The first Canadian NBA player. Like,
well, Vince Carter hasn't retired yet.
Right.
So I would say more than likely.
Yeah, so there, maybe Bosch knows that. And Bosch wants to be the first guy that played for a Canadian NBA team to get into the Hall of Fame. I'm just.
Does the Heat have any Hall of Famer?
Yeah,
Zoe?
yeah.
Zoe's.
Wade will be one too, but Zoe
Of
also.
course.
Yeah.
But Zoe is in there.
Zoe is in there.
Zoe is
Yes. Yes. No, he's no. Zoe went as a heater, and Wade will go as a heater too. Bosch should go as a heater because he won the titles here and all that. Plus, he has the most important rebound, assist, and block in Heat history. His block on Danny Green in the corner in the 3, no bigger block in Heat history. His rebound to then assist Ray Allen on the 3 is the biggest rebound and the biggest assist in Heat history. So you have those 3 moments plus a couple titles. I'm Bosch. I go in as a Miami Heat player. But there's a part of me that thinks he's going to go in as a Raptor because he played for 7 years and that whole Canada thing. And the whole blood clot thing and kind of was, there was a little animosity going. Hey, I got to tell you something. Personally, for me, I was a little bothered by Bosch with that whole blood clot stuff. One, you're like, dude, what? You won your titles already. You're set. You're going to the Hall of Fame. There was no reason for you to try to continue to play and drag this on, put your life at risk. Okay, because you were putting your life at. There was a small risk, but there was a risk. No need to with 5 kids and a wife and all the money in the world already, because it's all guaranteed. That's the beauty of the NBA. So it's not like you needed to play to make your money. No, you were making your money either way. All insured, you got it. And then that kept him in limbo, and it kept screwing the Heat year after year after year, and that bothered me a little bit, I will admit. That kind of got me perturbed, as they say, on Bosh. But he's a Hall of Famer, I think, no doubt. Some people may say borderline. I don't know. I'm good with it. I think he's a Hall of Famer, and I think he should go as a Miami Heat player. But with everything that developed, I'm telling you, I would not be surprised if he goes in as a Raptor. I think it's very possible that he ends up as a Raptor. How about that? So we'll see. 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the program, that's 786-322-1105. We do want to tell you a little bit about Craig Sims. Acura up at Brook Pines, the finest Acura dealership in the business, folks. And let me tell you something. You want to get on down there because you want to take advantage of the great lease features that they've got going on right now. These guys are celebrating right now, these lease features. Don't you hear them celebrating? Talking about the TLX 259 on these 2020 models, the RDX 329, the NDX 369, only $29.99 good signing plus tax tag and registration, folks. And let me tell you, you got to check out the certified pre-owned vehicles. They got a sales staff that is awesome. They will listen to you. They will take care of you. They will make you happy. When you drive off that lot, you're going to say, oh, thank you for telling me about the greatest Acura dealership on the planet. It is Craig Sims. Acura up in the Did you change the cable? Maybe the cable's bad?
Huh?
Did you change the cable to see if the cable maybe helps record?
For a free consultation from me, Bobby Hernandez. That's accidentfirm.com. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making up. Now enjoy 561. Call 561. Michael Constantine. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now.
Pero otra cosa, leyes sociales.
Yo te pongo 100 pesos ahora mismo.
So I don't know why this is recording good, man. This
Pero
isn't making
no te lo
fucking
quieren igual.
sense.
Yo voy a poner 100 pesos ahora mismo.
Both of them?
I'm gonna check this one right now.
Mira la vieja, mira. 80 años, 27 nietos.
You haven't been able to post anything?
No.
Because you're converting it?
Here? What is that?
Did you change the cable?
Yes.
That's feedback.
Feedback from where? There's nothing else but you and that. That's it.
Plugged in right? And is this sending the sound in or out?
Huh?
Is this sending the sound in or out?
That's sending it out. I don't get it, man.
No, this, the cable that's connected, is it an out or an in?
It's an out.
Is you supposed to send the sound into this? Not the sound? Yeah. Okay, it's not working, that's right.
Dude, I'm wondering if it has something to do within the room. Some signal. Some shit fucking us up.
Weren't they fucked up yesterday?
Well, the quality was bad. It wasn't that.
But it was bad again.
No. That was feedback. I'm talking about the sound from the room, the way it was picking up the mic. Yeah.
All I know is, bro, when it's 3 o'clock, we got nothing posted. I'm gonna have another terrible day.
Dude, go.
All righty. Welcome aboard back here at the Hialeah Park. We're at the Champions Simulcast Center. We'll be out here till a little after 4 o'clock after we talk to Daryl Stewart, Mid-Ohio Dolphin Club. We got the Dolphins getting ready for the Cincinnati Bengals. And I guess this is one of those games where, you know, you got to – are you tanking? Because really, we all know now, I mean, those of us that kind of really follow it, the team's not going to tank. They were never tanking in the first place. That's just something that you guys have created in the media. Certain people in the media have created this whole thing about tanking. So it's really up to you. How are you looking at this game? And I got to look, I get it that we're at the end. There's 2 games left, and we're all worried about, draft position, all that, and that a win will change it a little bit and obviously put you down in the draft. I'm not going to worry about that. I don't care. I'm not going to worry about it. I think we've got the front office that is going to find talent one way or another. If Preston Williams next year becomes what we think he is, you didn't spend the draft pick on him. If Taco Charlton can take a next step next year, and he's got, 5 sacks? If he can go to 8 or 9 next year, then you got him for nothing. You get what I'm saying? So if you can find talent after it's been passed up in the draft, after it's been waived, after it's been cut, then how are you not going to find talent in the draft before it even gets here? And that's why I tell you that, in a game like Sunday, enjoy it as a Dolphin fan. That's all. Root for your team, man. Have some fun. Root for those guys are working hard. They want to win. It's demoralizing when you work hard and then it goes to waste. You know what I mean? So that's why it's just one of those situations where this weekend it's kind of like, and I hope this is the end of it. I really do. I hope we're done with this kind of thinking. I hope that we lose that part of our fan base that thinks that losing is a way of instilling any kind of culture or any kind of future with any team whatsoever. And that's why the way they went about it this year was very smart. They didn't tank. They told me, yo, we're working. We're trying to win every game. We're going to give everybody an opportunity to play. We're going to do it through youth. And if it works out, great, awesome. If it doesn't, then we'll do what we have to do, and we'll find players other ways. And we'll do things the way, some of you want to end up doing it. But I think right now, you don't worry about tanking. You don't worry about that creating your position. None of that. I mean, the Heat tanked, and they ended up with Michael Beasley. And the Heat know their stuff, man. And they ended up with Michael Beasley. So after all that, and they were tanking. I mean, they were in real tank mode. They were putting people on IR like it was going out of style. They legitimately were trying to tank. And yet they ended up with Michael Beasley. That's called karma. Okay? That's why just root for your Dolphins, man. They win, they win. They don't, okay, whatever. Cincinnati's got way more talent. They should win. Miami had no business winning 3 games. None. They should not win this weekend either. And they certainly shouldn't beat the Patriots in Week 17. That's the reality. If you lost to Miami, you had a terrible day as a coach. You're either terrible or you had a bad day. One of the two. So this Sunday, I don't know about you guys, but I'll be watching. I'll be rooting on the Dolphins. I cannot sit there and want them to lose. It's just not my style. It's no fun. For that, I don't even watch it. For that, I just forget it. I'll go out with the wife, go walk around, I don't know, Lincoln Road Mall or something, and not care about the game and not care about the team. I mean, after all, if you want them to lose, you can't really be caring that much. Don't you love the Dolphin that says, well, yeah, they got to end this already, or I'm done with this team. They got to find their quarterback, or I'm done with this team. I can't have another one of these seasons, or I'm done with this team. I love that guy or woman. Yeah, you're a real fan. It's like that. I got one of those guys on Twitter that said, "Yeah, you better do it now. I'm done with this team." And I'm like, "Well, if you're done, then you were never really a fan in the first place." Because I'm still a Marlins fan, and they do nothing every year. They're not even trying. I'm a hardcore Panthers fan, and they break my heart every year. And they've broken my heart already this year. Not going to stop me from watching and rooting tonight against the Islanders. Hell, I already told you tonight, as much as I'm going to enjoy watching the Heat beat down the Knicks, but I know that that's not really much of an accomplishment. Beating the Knicks, are you kidding me? Who cares, bro? But the real game that matters tonight is actually Panthers and Islanders. That's the team that's got a lot to prove. The Heat has already proved a lot, while the Panthers have proven very little. That's the difference. It's pretty interesting, too, how things have changed in that dynamic, how we were kind of excited about the Heat, but said, yeah, it'll be decent. It'll be a nice season. And they've had one hell of a season. They are a really good basketball team. They're looking like one of the best 4 teams in the conference. They look like they're battling for home court advantage. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. So, again, going back to the conversation this weekend, just enjoy yourself. That's all. There's no way you can enjoy yourself with losing. Losing is miserable. winning helps you in every way, shape, and form. I know you guys are worried about draft position, but hey, look, Jake Long went number 1 overall, and you passed up on the quarterback. And unfortunately, Jake Long ended up becoming an injury guy, and it was a great pick for 3 years. But in years 4 and 5, and then you end up losing him in free agency, and the rest is history. And it was the better move for you because he was not going to be the guy anymore. He had so many breakdowns, and you feel terrible. But you end up with the number 1 pick, and you end up with a great player. And when you had number 2 before, you had Ronnie Brown. And Ronnie was a solid football player. He had a good career, but Ronnie Brown never, ever, ever was worthy of number 2 overall. It's like Ted Ginn. Same thing. Ted Ginn's turned himself into one heck of a player. He's had a hell of a career, but he'll never justify 9th overall, and it's not his fault. But, again, it's just something he has to live with. That's why I say don't kill yourself about all of this and, we've got to get the number, 2 or 3 pick. We know we're not going to get 1 or whatever, but we got to be up there. If you know how to pick, you'll end up with Minka. And if you know how to pick, you'll end up with Laramie Tunsil. And if you know how to pick, you'll end up with a good player is what I mean. You just got to know how to pick. And I think they've got the guys. I really do. I like what I see from this group, from Greer, from McKenzie, and from Marvin Allen. And I know the other 2. I know their reputations. I know what they've done in this league. I just think – but here's the thing. It's going to take a little while to develop that trust. Jeter talks about it all the time. And he's pretty honest about that. I'll give him credit with that Jeter, even to his credit, he will say at times, hey, look, I know that people don't trust us. I know how this franchise has been viewed, and it's going to take time for us to win people over. And he's right. And I'm sure he's won a couple of you over, but most people, they have looked at him and said, no, dude, you're Mickey Mouse. I haven't seen you make a real commitment yet. 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the program, that's 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the show, the other way to reach out to us is on Twitter, and that's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always, because that is like a 24-hour talk show. And on January 12th, by the way, it's a Sunday, right before we take off, actually. We probably will do this in the morning and then take off to St. Pete right after. We're leaving from St. Pete from here.
Don't they have something we got to do Sunday?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I just said.
That's what they were talking about.
On the 12th, we'll be here for that. We'll probably get here in the morning for that. And we'll probably leave, sometime in the early afternoon out to St. Pete. We'll get there in the late afternoon. That's probably what we'll do. Because this will start early, of course. It's going to start around 12 or 1, so we'll probably start an hour before that. Go about an hour in, and then we'll go. There we go. So we'll be packed and ready to go right from here to St. Pete. So we'll go for the East-West Shrine game. And for those of you, get ready for the ultimate draft coverage. The biggest draft coverage we've ever done in our show in 21 years will go on this offseason. And it'll start off with the East-West Shrine game. And then we'll go to the Senior Bowl the following week. And then we'll go to the Combine. We'll do all of that for you guys. And then obviously we are covering the draft in Las Vegas. And we'll have our own place to broadcast the draft. And we'll handle it all here. And we'll have all these other issues resolved. I hope to have them all resolved by this weekend. So I don't have them anymore on Monday. We need to move on and fix all this stuff. So we'll do that here on the program. Let me tell you a little bit about Toyota of Hollywood. And folks, they've got the model year changeover event. Listen, would never tell you to buy or lease a vehicle where I wouldn't do it myself. My mother-in-law drives a Corolla. I now drive a Camry XSE. Beautiful Camry. I am so happy with my Camry. And if you want to check out the model, the XSE, the sports package, and it's got really nice rims and all that stuff. It's a great vehicle, and whether you're looking for an HR, a CHR, a RAV4, an Avalon, a Camry, a Sienna, a Highlander, you want to get on down to Toyota of Hollywood. They still have some 2019 models, and they've got over 1,500 Toyotas in stock. So you know their selection of 2020 is off the chain, baby. So get on down there to 1841 North State Road 7, just a couple blocks south of that big, beautiful guitar in Hollywood. Tell them that Big O sent you, and get on down there and get the car you want, the color you want, the style you want, the model you want, but more importantly, the price you want at Toyota of Hollywood.
Let me see something.
See what you're going to see.
Huh?
I said, see what you're going to see.
Let me see. See if I got this. Let me see if I fix this. I made an adjustment. God, I hope so.
Look at you. Troubleshooting. Wow. Now that's awesome. That's impressive. All right, ready? Hey,
What?
get the Dabo Sweeney cut out. All right, go.
All right. You're up.
Yes, sir. Coming to you live, baby, from the Champions Simulcast Center, where I'm a little bitter because I have now wagered on a race, and I should. I'm going to do it next time. I'm going to wager on a few races. I mean, it's hard for me to sit here and watch everybody else wagering on races, having a blast, by the way, because it's a blast, okay? And look, see, we got one going on in Aqueduct right now. I'm telling you. And if any of you out there, you want to join us next Friday out here at the Champions Simulcast Center, and you know your horses, even better, come on out, sit out here with us, give us some tips, and we'll wager away. We'll wager our guts out. Can't wait to actually go to Vegas. That's going to be fun. We'll have some fun in Vegas. Vegas, baby. Vegas. I love Vegas. Dabo Sweeney. You know Dabo. He's the head coach of the Clemson Tigers. Dabo, I got to tell you something. He is one of the more likable cats out there. And it is so cool to be a Clemson fan now, right? Because the whole image is cool. The logo is cool. Playing in that stadium is cool. The talent that they're producing now is cool. The players that are coming out of there are cool. And Dabo, if you ever meet him, it's impossible not to like Dabo Swinney. Okay? It's impossible to not respect what he's done, obviously, because he has made Clemson nothing into something. Because before he got there, Clemson was just a run-of-the-mill program. It wasn't anything special in the SEC. And Dabo's gone there and made it 1A, 1B in this country because it's kind of alternating between them and Alabama. I mean, that's it. And so Dabo, obviously, he loves the fact that here in the national championship picture in the playoffs, they have just been kind of, casted aside almost. And they're not really even viewed as the favorites. So Dabo wanted to have a little fun with all of that when he was talking about his team here in Media Week. Let's play it there, Mr. Bill. Well, okay. He did not play. He really hasn't played anybody because the ACC is, back to my, my term of endearment for the ACC for many years was another crappy conference. That's what ACC stands for. And the last couple of years, it's actually been pretty good. But this year, the ACC is terrible. And Clemson, I think maybe got bored with this process at times. And maybe for some people out there, did not look as dominant as they expect them to be. But, man, they are loaded. They are loaded on offense. They are loaded on defense. They've got all kinds of NFL talent on that roster. And to me, this was a genius move by Dabo Swinney because this is the way you want to handle it. Just in case there's any complacency that has set in with some of these players that have enjoyed all this success, and you got some juniors and seniors on this team right now that have been there the last 2-3 years, and they see all the success, they might take it for granted. And so now you look where in the playoffs, you're not as high as you thought you would be. Maybe you think you're the number one, but you're not. So this is used as a slap in the face. And if your head coach is the leading cat that is saying this is insulting in every way, shape, or form, you are insulting us by doing this. And then he can turn to his guys and say, you guys won the national championship. You guys have been in the mix for the national championship every year. And now they've got us ranked here. They've got us not the favorite. They think we don't play anybody. And this is a great way of turning all of this, which really isn't a negative, okay? Because what do you care about the damn rankings? It doesn't make a difference. You're in the playoffs. Just win, baby. Beat whoever you have to beat this time, and then beat them in the championship game, and you can shut everybody up. Just like Tom Brady and Bill Belichick do all the time over the last 10 years when people say, oh, they're getting old, oh, they're not that good, oh, this and that, and then they go out and shock the world again or surprise people or maybe just do what they're supposed to do. So for Dabo, this is a really smart move on his part to get into the psyche of his players, to tell them, hey, no matter how good you think you are, they don't think you're that good. So you're going to have to go out there and prove it once again and prove them wrong. Great move by Dabo. Great move, man. I think that's a coach working the room and working his team at the same time. Jimmy was, and I'm talking about Johnson, when he was here with the Dolphins, and I covered him during those 4 years, I think it was. He was exceptional at that, man. He understood our jobs, even though he may not have been big fans of ours, the media in general, but he was smart enough to leave you some meat on the bone. You know what I mean? And then at the same time, give you something that, you kind of can go with. And I see that, and he knew how to work the media. He knew how to drive his players positively or negatively. Jimmy was really good at that, and Dabo kind of took a little page out of that, and to me, that's why he is what he is, right? He's number 2. Saban's 1 for sure, and he is the second best coach in the country. And we sit here hoping that the University of Miami can find a guy like that. It sucks, right, when you have Howard Schnellenberger and then you end up losing him because of success. Because Howard would have been a lifer. And he would have been the perfect lifer here, man. Would have been awesome. And down the stretch they come. Once again at Gulfstream Park. The 3 is completely pulling away from my 4. Not that I picked the 4, but I'm going to tell you the 4 is my favorite number. That's how I pick horses with the wife. I pick my favorite number. The wife will pick the horse she thinks is pretty. The horse she thinks is like really nice. Oh, that one looks really nice. Pick that one, honey. That's how I kind of do it for her. And guess what? She probably wins a lot more than I do when it's all said and done. Just pick it that way. No, that one's cute. I'll pick that one. Give me the number 7. Okay, sweetie. You got it. Win 7. Place or show, not even the one I picked. 888-623-3646. If you want to get in on the program, that's 888-623-3646. If you want to get in on the show, let me tell you a little bit about Pallet Rack City, Eddie Pineda, and all the great people down there in Hialeah at Pallet Rack City. We've been telling you about them now for the last couple months, and folks, look, they sell used forklifts, dock equipment. You want to straighten out that warehouse. You want it looking sharp. You want it looking organized, right? You got stuff laying around all over the place, folks. They've got the largest used racking inventory in South Florida. So if you're looking for new or used, Pallet Rack City can help you in that. They specialize in knockdowns and installations of your warehouse equipment. So if you're in that stage, I want you to call Eddie and the great people there at Pallet Rack City, 305-887-9212. They sell pallet jacks, hand trucks, dock boards, and most packaging supplies. You want a great rack, you got to go one place. Pallet Rack City.
Sorry, I wasn't even listening.
It's all right, bro.
Watch out.
You're doing your job. Hey, yo, what did the young guy tell you to give me the NFL call?
Just give them the Frank Fiore.
What? Proof of our wager last week.
Really?
Proof of our wager.
Oh, GT Bets.
That's an easy site.
Yeah.
I just got played. I found another site that I'm playing around. There we are. Parlay win 270. You're close.
You got the paper. Go get it. Right. You got time. That's the beauty of it not being a radio show. And not like you can drag it out. What? He has to go get the papers for the wager. So I'll wait for him so I don't.
Yeah.
I guess you're gonna have a late run here.
Yeah.
Both of us. I bet you still get home before I do.
Why?
I gotta go to Hollywood. Close the deal on the vape shop. But hey, man. Dude, I had it $400 for you yesterday.
I know.
$400. I added up an extra $100 a month for your ass. 3 from here and 1 from over there. How about that, dude?
Huh?
Let's do it. Come back a little early.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it, baby. All right, welcome back. We take you, of course. We're headed down the home stretch. Actually, Steve Calabro is going to join us now. We're going to talk with the casino manager. We're going to have our fun like we do every week here on the show. We pick a parlay, right? Each one of us have to pick a game. And then, we kind of have an investment in that game. And so we are waiting for Steve to join us now so we can talk about the investment and what parlay we're going to pick in the NFL this weekend. So we'll have a little fun with that. I do want to tell you, we've got a couple of NBA games going on tonight. One that I like is Indiana -5 against Sacramento. Indiana is home. Memphis is red hot. They're favored by 1.5 against Cleveland. Don't like that game. Don't want to touch it. Not even the over and under at 223. Toronto taking on Washington. Toronto is favored by 6. The over and under is 230. I don't like this game because of the injuries that the Raptors had. So I would stay away from that game. Boston and Detroit. Celtics are favored by 8 against the Pistons. The over and under is 213.5. The Heat tonight, they are favored by 10 over the Knicks. And the over and under is 215. This is where I'm going to go with this. I'm actually going to go with the over in the Knicks Heat game. All right? I think they're going to go over 215 because I think the Heat are going to rout the hell out of the Knicks, to be honest with you. I just think that's going to end up happening. There's a charger here because it's really low. Okay? And then here's a couple of other games. OKC favored by 4 against Phoenix. In this game, I would not touch this game at this point in time. Dallas at Philadelphia, and obviously without Luka Doncic. Philly is favored by 8. They are resting. They didn't play yesterday because remember they lost a couple of nights ago to the Miami Heat. But I do like this in this game. Go over 213.5. Okay. So I got the over in the Knicks Heat 215. I got the over in Dallas Philly 213.5. I got Pacers -5 for Menno. I can't touch Denver -10.5 at home against Minnesota. That one's going to be tough. Orlando and Portland. I want you to listen to this. Portland is favored by 3.5 right now. I'm not buying Portland as much, but I'm on a little roll here on the over. The over is 216. I don't like either defense for these two clubs. I think there's going to be a lot of scoring here. I like the over in that game. And then New Orleans and Golden State, I'm not even going to talk about that. Are you kidding me? That's like Jets Bengals or something. I can't even touch a game like that. I mean, seriously, New Orleans favored by 1 in the over and under for New Orleans and Golden State. It's 225. That's how bad both teams are, that they think neither one can stop each other, so they're going to end up scoring a whole ton. So there you go. Those are my picks in basketball for the weekend. I'm going Indiana -5, the over in the Knicks Heat game 215, the over in Dallas Philly 213.5, and I'm going with the over in Portland and Orlando 216. All right, there you go. All right, so from our basketball picks, we're going to make our football picks now. And every week, Steve Calabro, of course, the manager here at Hialeah Park, joins us to talk a little hoops and a little football, a little baseball, a little basketball, a little sports. But this is our little wagering segment here where we invest, right, Steve? That's what we're doing? Wait a minute. There we go. Okay, go ahead. Yes. That's it.
That's what it is. Now, last week, we'll talk about that. I mean,
Go ahead. You can do it. Go ahead.
Let's remind.
Last week, Bill let us down.
Bill let us down.
Now it's my turn this week. Watch.
You know, it was
Watch
my
Bill
bad.
hit it. Watch you'll hit it, and then I'll.
I don't want to hear that, Bigo. Listen, it wasn't really Bill's fault. I mean, Bill is a loyal Miami guy. Now.
I usually don't bet my team.
But
That's a rule of mine.
Really think about what we did.
Yeah.
We let the Miami Dolphins let us determine our destiny.
Yes.
We bet a $45 three-card parlay. We were on the way to winning $270. Your pick of the Vikings was a good pick. Mike Pittman is headed to the number one. I mean, the Eagles
Yeah,
showed up that day.
it
The
did-
Eagles showed up. I know that you were doubtful. You were doubtful.
No way. That game did not look good till the fourth quarter.
I know.
That was a loser until the fourth quarter, and then all of a sudden it
All of a sudden, Carson
exploded.
Wentz went up. So
Well, wait a minute. That fumble, Warruski, whatever attempt,
Yeah, that's what I'm
it's
saying.
got the touchdown.
The fourth
Or
quarter.
else-
The
yeah,
fourth quarter is.
Bill, Vince up, right?
Yeah.
You know what? Eli Manning.
We lost the ticket. We lost it.
Eli Manning's last game. I should have known
Yeah,
that.
that was the thing. You know, it's almost like the Dolphins laid down and said, you know what, out of respect to Eli, 15 years, whatever number of years he's playing, 400 games or something. Let's let him lose last game at home. Because the kid Jones is starting this week.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess that was the Maris family's nice way of saying, okay, Eli.
Well, he was injured too. I mean, now the kid's healthy enough to play now, and it's not like Eli lit it up yet. He did throw he threw a bunch of interceptions last week. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, okay, this is why we drafted this. It was just like a reminder late in the season. Okay, yeah, we're not going anywhere with Eli. You know, he won us our championships. We're out of here. The thing about Eli that is so screwed up, right? And this is what I hate, because we watch Willie Mays broken down in a Mets uniform, and then we watch Joe Namath broken down in a Rams uniform, and
Montana and Kansas City.
and watching Sugar Ray Leonard get knocked out by nobodies, and and it just happens. Muhammad Ali just fights too long, and that's probably what gave him the Alzheimer's, because he just hung in there too long. So it's just one of those things that we're watching somebody that hung on a little too long, and Eli. And let me tell you, it's happening on the left coast too with Phillip Rivers, baby.
Yeah.
He was getting old, and he got old big time this year. And the Chargers were like, whoa, and that's usually what happens, man. It happens from one season to another. Sometimes, baby, it's from 1 month to another in the same season.
Yeah, it looks like
That all of a
that's what
sudden,
happened.
father time catches up, and
Yeah, I think we felt nervous. I think you might, in the last 4 or 5 months, it's all falling apart.
Yeah.
It's done. But I got another one.
okay,
I got another. It's on the New York Jets. Okay.
Okay.
You know, I've been on your podcast, kind of beating up on Adam Gase, rightfully so.
of course.
But apparently, some people are listening, or people are paying attention, or at least people have the same opinion. So I brought this here in the New York marketplace. It was told to me today. I brought some photographs. That they have billboards on the New Jersey Turnpike. Fire Adam Gase.
That is
Here's
awesome.
the photograph. These guys are serious. Now, Big O, you know
Dude,
a marketing campaign.
oh, in New York, you know how much that billboard cost? $30,000.
This isn't a billboard. This is a campaign. You know marketing campaign. Here's the airplane banner. Fire Adam Gase.
Okay, well, yeah, but we've done that here.
Okay. Now here we have the logo. They've already designed the logo, the Jets logo.
Oh, yeah, Fire Adam Gase. There we
And this
go.
one's a hard one to read, but the T-shirt says it's with the logo Fire Adam Gase.
There you go.
Fire Adam Gase logo. So these guys have a T-shirt, airplane banners, billboards. I'm sure that they're mentioning it on the radio 150 million times.
Right.
So this is a full blown out marketing campaign that Adam Gase basically shouldn't be in the NFL. I think.
But the billboard is
looking for a
awesome.
coach.
But the billboard's awesome because it's him like with a clownish face.
Yeah, I know that.
It is
That's the whole-
so good,
that's the whole
man.
thing with the eyes and everything,
That
right?
is so good.
We're just a bunch of sports fans, just letting the other sports fans know what some of the guys in New York are doing.
Right.
So I just wanted to add that to the.
I love it. I love it. That
Before
is
we get into
awesome.
the real
Crazy
serious
eyes.
stuff, before we get to the serious stuff,
Crazy eyes.
so want to go over the picks?
Let's do it.
Let me tell you something. This week, I don't know if you looked at them.
No, I have
This
not.
is one of the toughest weeks I've seen in about 5 or 10
Well,
weeks.
remember, we're in the rivalry time. Right now, there's a lot of teams that
The
are.
home games are not that easy. There's
No.
a lot of away teams look like they might have the advantage, but they're not. They're not at home. So let's go through it. So it's Houston at. Now remember, the first 3 games we're talking about are on Saturday.
Mhm.
So if we're doing a 3-game parlay, you hate to lose the game on Saturday and Sunday doesn't matter. That would really matter.
Yeah.
So I'm just throwing that out there as a little spice. But Houston at Tampa Bay, and Tampa Bay.
Houston's favored by 3.
Yeah, Tampa Bay's getting 3 points at home. But Houston, they can light it up. Deshaun Watson's a real deal. So is Jameson Winston as a
Passer.
Yeah, as a passer. but he-
Offensively.
Yeah, but he throws a couple of interceptions.
Oh, he'll give it away. He
like-
is all about the red hot chili peppers. Give it away, give it away, give it away now.
Whoever will take it. But so I don't know. I'm not in love with this game.
I am in love with something about this game, ladies and gentlemen.
No, please.
Oh yeah, oh yes,
What do you love?
oh
What do you love?
yeah. I love the over. Nobody's got defense. They're going to score a ton of points. Tampa doesn't stop anybody. Texans have no pass rush.
It's 49.5.
And you just added a caveat for more scoring. It is called Jameis Winston turnovers. I love 49.5 so far. All right, go ahead. Move on.
So you like the over?
So far, the
Right there.
over. Love it.
Buffalo at New England. Now look, this is really for the division.
Yes.
Buffalo, they go into Buffalo going into New England. I mean, I don't know. It's not like the weather's any different between Buffalo or New England.
I'm smelling under here.
You know no, I don't like the under at all. 36.5.
I'm smelling
Now the
under.
weather's
I
gonna be
don't.
crappy up there. It's
I
gonna
don't.
be
I don't
windy.
think either one's going to score a lot of points.
Well, it's going to be windy up there, so it's going to be a little harder. I tell you the truth, the game itself. Who do you like, Buffalo?
No. The game itself, I'm still going to pick the Patriots. They're home. I think they edge them and they win a close game. But I'm still not even touching this game. I'm not.
It's
If anything, the one thing I do like would be the under because I think it'll be low scoring. That's about it.
All right, so
But
let's go to
yeah,
the next one.
are you like? Bill's working. I think
I don't like.
no. Okay.
So hard.
All right, Rams at San Francisco.
What do you think?
Well, Niners are favored by 6.5 here. The over and under is 45 right now in this one. I love the Niners in this game. The thing is, you're giving up an entire touchdown. But the Niners are home, and that defense, man, they can turn over the Rams. Now the Rams have played better as of late. I'm going to stay away from this game.
I can tell you something. I'll tell you why I like the Niners in this one. God, who I'm not a big fan of God, but his phone is messed up.
Yeah.
At the end of last week's game, he couldn't get within 5 yards of his receiver. I'm not convinced that he's going to have confidence or that phone is.
So you're giving the 6.5.
So I like San Francisco. If I had to, that's one of my picks. If I had to, we'll figure it out at the end.
Okay.
Next one, what do you got?
Jacksonville's at Atlanta. Falcons are favored by 7. They're playing a lot better right now. Jacksonville's completely lost. They don't know what the hell they're doing there. Players are getting fined left and right. This is a game I can't trust either one. There isn't enough consistency for me to have any kind of confidence in this one.
I don't like the game either.
No?
If I had to pick, I'd go to Atlanta only because
They're home.
Jacksonville's really in turmoil.
Yeah.
Coughlin, I think the ownership's now getting into the mess. That's sort of a disappointment too. I think everybody a lot better.
Yeah, everybody.
But next one is
You don't like that game either, right?
No, sir.
All right.
Saints at the Titans.
Saints at Titans, and Saints are favored by 2.5 here. The over and under is 50.5. I love the Saints in this game. I think on the road and beating this team, I don't think it'll be a problem. Henry is coming in with a little bit of a hamstring issue that he's been dealing with for a few weeks now. If he cannot get it going, and that New Orleans defense is pretty good, I don't know if Ryan Tannehill can keep up with the Saints. So I definitely like the Saints in this one,
Yeah,
giving them 2.5.
I think the Saints are a really good team. I think they know how to be good late in the season. So I think that coach, those are seasoned veterans in the NFL that know how to sort of peak the team. So also a very good pick. Next one is
And Ryan Tannehill is not good in clutch moments. New Orleans, Tennessee. What do you think, Bill? You like that game at all?
Because of the Saints giving 2.5. Yeah, sure.
No, the Saints are giving 2.5.
Oh, well, even then.
Billy. Remember, goes consistent with the Homer thing. Ryan Tannehill, he's a root for him.
There you go.
No, I'm not a fan of Tannehill.
He's not that crazy. All right,
Not yet.
Giants at Redskins. Redskins are favored by 2.5. The over and under is 42. I would not touch this game at all. I want nothing to do with this game.
This is a War Bowl.
Yes.
Who cares about it? Can we get the season over game?
Yes.
Is basically what this is.
Yeah, not touching that game.
This is a horrible game today.
Pittsburgh is at the Jets to face your boy Adam Gase. The Jets are getting 3 points here. Pittsburgh is favored by 3 on the road in New York. Problem is, I can't trust their quarterback. I don't know what quarterback's going to show up. The Jets actually have some players on defense. This game can go any way, shape, and form. I'm not touching it whatsoever.
I gotta tell you, I like the Steelers here, and I'm not a Steelers fan. You know, I mean, and I'm not even an anti-game fan. Well, maybe an
You're going with the Duck?
I like the Duck.
Okay.
I think the Duck is a game of the Jets. I think it's possible.
The Jets have some defense, man. They've got some players. They can rush the passer. Yeah, I mean, they are in trouble, but that.
There's better games.
Yes, I wouldn't touch that game. Bengals at Dolphins. It's picking. I like the Dolphins in this game, but I still, there's a couple games that I like over it that I wouldn't pick it. And then the over and under 46.5, not touching it. How about you, Bill? Cincy, Miami, you touching that game?
No, that's they both want to lose. No, they both want to lose to get the first pick. So,
Andy Dalton wants to win, bro. He's a free agent, so he's gonna want to put some good stuff on film.
The odds are the bet could be a top. Like a 50-1.
Oh yeah, a lot, maybe more than that, man.
How many ties?
Well, early on in the season, we had a couple actually.
Yeah, there was a few.
And then it died out.
Yeah,
After that.
2 a year, 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Bottom line, I had a pick. I picked the Dolphins, but it's a tough one to put on the betting card.
Yeah, I would not put it on the betting card. Carolina is at Indianapolis. The Colts are favored by 7. Remember, the Panthers are starting Will Grier, the youngster. So you're starting a rookie in Indianapolis. Favored by 7. Jacoby Brissett has kind of really come crashing down to earth. He's a jag, is what he is. Just a guy, nothing special there. I can't give 7 points when you don't have special at quarterback. And the over and under is 46. Sorry, gentlemen, I can't touch that game.
Yeah, it's look. The Colts are another. It started with Luck, leading them in August, which they thought that would be the answer, but then it would start looking someplace else.
Yeah.
They got trouble. Remember, the Dolphins beat them away.
Yes.
Dolphins beat them away. So another tough game. It's sort of a useless game. It's hard to bet useless games. When they're meaningless games, it becomes very difficult.
I know, and then the point spread's pretty big for 2 useless teams. And I would imagine that you want nothing to do with that game either, Bill, right? Correct? Carolina and Indy?
No.
I figured that.
Billy, what do you think of
You're a
that?
smart man.
What do you think of that?
Ravens at Browns. And Ravens are favored by 10. Over and under is 48.5. Remember, Beckham and Landry are both injured, so they're not coming in 100%. They may not even end up playing them in this game. So they've got some issues. Plus, Baker Mayfield is not playing well. The Ravens defense is going to maul them. And remember, Cleveland beat them the first time around, right?
That's the caveat.
So I think Baltimore is going to crush them.
It's
Crush
in
them.
Cleveland.
I know.
I mean,
I know.
look, Baltimore to me is probably the best team in the NFL right now. This quarterback is something special, and the defense is great. And I remember just watching that first game of the year against the Dolphins. It was boys playing against men. It was like pretty crazy. But at 10 points, I could be convinced to bet Baltimore 10 points. That's how good I think they are.
All right. Let's see. We go to the next one. It is Detroit at Denver, my brother. And the Broncos are favored by 7. Drew Lock has been red hot. Drew Lock. What do you think?
Lock is, I don't know. I think he might be a flash. I think he's a flash of the fan, to be honest with you.
Definitely. He's got some skills. I will say that. He's got a hell of an arm.
I have to go with Denver only because I think the Lions have given him. Their coach there.
So you got Drew Lock. You're going to give up the 7 with Drew Lock. All right.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, because they have no quarterback in Detroit either. That's the problem.
Nothing. And I think Detroit is giving up in a big way. So I would go with Broncos.
But you're not. But it's not what you were putting on the card.
Nah, I'm not betting on the card.
Okay.
No way. It's another useless game.
All right, Raiders are at, and I would imagine you don't want Detroit either, right? That's common sense. Detroit,
You know what?
Denver.
Both of them are not very good.
Right.
Denver
Can't
showed
trust
some
them.
flashes, but Exactly. That's what it is. I don't know.
You're gonna put your money on it. Oakland is at the Chargers, and the Chargers are favored by 6.5. These are two terrible teams right now. You know that Phillip Rivers, we just talked about it. He's going to turn over the ball like crazy.
I bet you there's more Raider fans than Charger fans at that game. Easy.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Southern California too, man. They're more known.
Well,
there's a whole
bunch of Raider fans in LA. I
Right.
bet you there's more Raider fans than Charger fans.
Ice Cube will be there.
For that reason, I might take the Raiders for this game. If I had to pick this game, I think I'd pick the Raiders.
Remember, their running back's also out. The Raiders.
Oh, yeah,
So-
Jacobs is out.
Yeah, so be careful there. I mean,
That's true.
I just,
That's right. I forgot that.
I'm just not touching this.
Interdivisional game and everything. You put in all the factors. This is like a trap.
You know what? It's been kind of my theme today. The over 45 might be the only thing now that I'm looking at it because they both can put some points up and there'll be turnovers. So I can see that, but I'm still not touching it. Cowboys are at Eagles. That, gentlemen, is a sexy game, and obviously it gets Steve going because it's the Eagles. The Eagles, by the way, the Cowboys are favored by 1.5 at Philadelphia. Over and under is 46.5. Both teams need this game. This is the biggest game of the year for both of these teams because the team that wins this is going to have almost a stranglehold on the division, pretty much, to end the season. What do you think about it, man?
Well, look, me picking this game, it's the Eagles. I think it's the home field advantage. It's the Eagles fan. Look, all my boys up there. If you listen to these names, Dominic Mariota, Harvey Triplett, Jerry Luke. Oh, Jerry Luke was actually a Chet fan too. But there's a bunch of guys from the neighborhood up there in Philly, and that's what they say. See, in Philadelphia, you talk like you don't say you're from South Philadelphia. You say you're from the neighborhood. Right? You see, the
Right.
neighborhood is all. For some reason, all the names end in a vowel. I'm not really sure why, but I think that crowd's going to be pretty rough up there. I think they're going to be that tough man.
Right.
All the way to the line. I'd have to pick the Eagles. I think if I don't pick the Eagles, my son, also caliber, another anything in the vowel. I think I have about 10 people kill me on Christmas Day if I don't pick the Eagles. I think they're going to win.
I like the Eagles in this game. I don't really care if they win or they don't. But it's not whether I want the Cowboys or not. I don't really care about the Cowboys either, but they're chokers. This is what they do in these moments, Steve.
Yeah.
We just talked about a couple of other games about not trusting. I don't trust the Cowboys in this position at all. I don't trust Jason Garrett at all in this position. I'm going Eagles here, giving up 1.5. I don't think whoever wins this game will probably win by a field goal anyway. And I like the Eagles at home in this one. I think it's a huge advantage in this game. If the Cowboys were playing at home, I may not touch the game because I don't trust the Cowboys.
Yeah.
But the Eagles, I like the Eagles in this one, actually.
Yeah, I think the Eagles will win. Billy, what do you think?
What do you think, baby?
You know what? I don't like the game just because of the fact you don't know what Dallas team's going to show up.
Division.
Bottom line.
I got you.
I mean, look what they did last week. The Rams were coming on, and they go out and beat them like they weren't even there. 44 to whatever, 45. It's like, how do guys do that? Yeah, that's what they are. You never know.
I think there's a place with the quarterback. I think there's a place with the quarterback. The Eagles, slight edge, not a big edge. The crowd of the Eagles, they don't have a receiving core. They got a good tight end. They got two good tight ends. They just don't have that deep tight end. Even that slot receiver, they're all injured. So I'm still going with the Eagles. I'm still going with the Eagles. I'd be a little bit more.
Zona is at Seattle, boys. The Seahawks are favored by 9.5. The over and under is 51. I like Seattle in this game. They're home. They've got that 10th man. We know that crowd will be definitely into it. Seattle needs this game, so it's not like something that they can coast. I know Arizona's been kind of pesky through all of this. I'm not going to put this on the card, but I will say this. I could lay the 9.5. I'm pretty comfortable with laying the 9.5.
The only thing that concerns me, they got San Francisco the following week for all the marbles. They may be looking last.
No, they can't. They can't. Look at
I
the
know.
records. They
I know.
cannot. They need this
can't
win.
afford it, but look at what happened. San Francisco had Atlanta come in their backyard and beat them.
But that's
That's what it is. Yep.
The Cardinals go in there, they play a good game. The kid,
Kyler Murray. Kyler
He
Murray.
gets a little lucky.
He's all right.
He gets a couple.
He's had him in most of the games. He's had him in most games.
I don't like the game because the Cardinals could surprise me. I don't know why.
Well, they make it interesting. They make it interesting. I just think a late December game for Arizona in Seattle. I really like Seattle in this one.
The next one's. Billy's got to get the first opinion of this. Come on, Billy.
Kansas City is at Chicago. The Chiefs are favored by 6. Mitchell Trubisky is playing better as of late. The over and under is 44. Bill, are you going with your Bears at home plus 6?
No, I don't. You know what? I went against.
It's Trubisky.
I went against my Cardinal.
Why
rule, which
would
is
you trust him?
You don't
I get it.
bet your team. I did with the Dolphins last week because I thought the Giants were so sorry, but I forgot about Eli's last game. There was emotion involved. Okay. And Mahomes got a little issue with his hand or whatever. And
Yeah.
that coupled with,
The Bears defense.
yes, he could get hit. A team hits his back on the line.
So then go with the over is what I like in this game.
Oh, I love it. I love Kansas City and the over.
I like
You know something?
I like the over a lot in
This
this
is
game.
the
I don't think
strongest though.
I
Because
don't
the Bears will show up and give you a 17,
right.
20. So what? You're asking Kansas City to score 24? No, that's
And there'll be a turnover in this game.
for sure.
Somebody will turn over the ball and there'll be an extra score in there somewhere. I like the over 44 here.
We do it right? 45. No way I'm covering you. I got you covered. Okay, it's a $45 rating, right? For the 3-team party. Simultaneously, we do a $50 over on this Bears Kansas City game. We win that. We win one of those.
Oh, we
it's
cover.
Insurance. It's insurance.
Okay.
We know that we need insurance. Last week we had an example of needing insurance.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm set to screw you guys this week.
The Patriots was the bet last week. That's where we should have gone.
No, I love that one, but the other game I love more.
But if we win,
New Orleans was good. Was it New Orleans?
No, it was Minnesota.
Minnesota is the one I love. Oh, Lord, I love that.
if we win the parlay, then we bet Monday night. We bet
Okay.
Monday, which is going to be a tough game. I mean,
The Packers at Minnesota. That is the
let's
final
talk
game.
about that. What do you think?
Packers at Minnesota, and the Packers, Minnesota's favored by 5.5. The over and under is 46 in that game. Man, this is the Vikings don't have a running game, so this is Cook's out with the shoulder, and so is his backup. So you're down to the third guy. And the problem I have with this is that now you're putting Kirk Cousins and you're putting everything on Kirk Cousins, and he's the guy. Turn off your mic, bro. And he's the guy that has to kind of lift them. And whereas Green Bay, Aaron does have that running game to lean on.
I didn't know that Dalvin was backup with that.
Yes,
That's a tough one.
both guys are probably going to miss this game. That to me,
Maybe I've changed your strategy.
that's my problem with this game. No, but wait a minute. Hold on a second. I'm thinking because I like the Packers in this game. I like the Packers in this game. And taking the 5.5, yes. I think that even if Minnesota wins, they barely win this game because I don't think they're going to blow them out. And by the way, the Packers are playing a little better now.
So, I should tell you, the whole rundown, what I love is the over in that Kansas City area. For me, I see,
Okay, so that's your pick?
well, see, the only thing is I'm not sure of the website on the parlay sheet. You have to pick
Oh,
a game or
over.
over.
Okay.
I think you got to go separate. If we can go, we'll do it both. I'll try it both ways on the wagering.
Well, I'm going New Orleans. That's my pick. New Orleans minus 2.5 against Tannehill. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. I know what Ryan's going to do in big games and big moments.
Wow.
He's going to.
That's the New Orleans.
Love that game.
Because they need the game to stay with the 1 or 2 and get the bye week.
Yes.
You know what? That's one thing that's good.
They're gonna light them up. They're gonna light up Tennessee.
It
They'll win
almost
by
seems
10
like
or 14.
every team has a purpose to play all the way through the 17th.
Oh yeah. No. Nobody's.
Schedule, with the
Nobody's.
record-wise,
No. This year there isn't a runaway team that they can coast in the
The
final.
last couple weeks, the last
Nobody.
week. No.
And there is home field advantage on the line all the way next week, not just this week. Next week.
The other thing is,
Even the Dallas Philly game. If Philly or Dallas wins, but then they lose the following, they create another problem for themselves.
Yeah,
So,
well, so the Eagles have to win next week.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
God's
That's what I'm saying. That this is a different season. That there's battles everywhere, not just in that division, but just for home field in each conference. Nothing has been set in stone yet.
it's not only home field, but divisional.
All right.
I hate to pick.
All right. So I got New Orleans. So which one you guys? Well, I said it from the get-go that I love that.
All right. We'll get it.
All right,
We'll
but
give you the big one.
listen.
We'll give it-
Listen. If you want, you can take the New Orleans. You can take the New Orleans Bill if you want. I'll take what's it called? Tampa Bay, right? Plus 9.5. Is it?
That's 3 plus 3.
Plus, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The over.
Yeah, but I don't know if we can go on the parlay sheet with over.
Oh, that's right.
That's the thing.
That's right. That's right.
I have to research that. But I can tell you, you know what? Here's what I like Kansas City. I think Kansas City needs this game to really tune up.
So you like them plus 6?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. I'm gonna go with that.
Okay. How about you, Bill? Which one do you
Bill, what do
like?
you think?
No, that New Orleans game. How about the Houston laying only 3?
Where's the Houston one?
Tampa top.
Oh yeah.
You like Houston? Houston on Saturday. It's the first game of the year.
Well,
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
That's okay. Okay.
yeah, we have 3 really good games on Saturday, by the way. Houston and Texans, Bills and Patriots, and Rams and San Francisco are all Saturday.
Yeah, it's gonna be a triple header.
It's a great. I mean, the NFL nailed it.
These 2 of the games.
They nailed it. No, because even the Rams are entertaining against San Francisco. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, there's some on the line with the Bills and the Patriots.
No, and those games usually are pretty good games.
Yeah, they play.
Rams, San Fran.
Yeah.
It's a better good game to bet too.
Yeah.
Well, you like Houston? All right.
I just Jameis Winston is good for like 3 interceptions.
So you're taking Texans minus 3 is your pick?
So let me ask you this, guys.
Yeah, if you're taking New Orleans laying 2.5. Yeah, because that's I like that a lot.
Yeah.
So what do you think about the over? Should we make a side bet on the over?
Which one?
On Kansas City?
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right, so we're betting this. Billy's got Houston. He's beat up on Tampa Bay. Big O's got their own Saints, and Cooper's going to beat up on Ryan Tannehill.
Yep. Yep.
And I'm going with Andy
Kansas
Reid,
City.
the old Eagles coach, Andy Reid, who I think Patrick Mahomes is one of the best quarterbacks in the top 3 in the NFL right now. Beating up on, I don't mean to beat up on the Bears. You know?
Okay.
I think that's our move. And plus, we bet the over for 44 in the over on that Kansas City Bears.
Right.
So you can move for Trubisky to throw 4 touchdowns and Holmes to throw.
So that Kansas City Chicago game, boys, we got a lot riding on that Kansas City Chicago
All
game.
right, next week. Oh, next week you'll be here, right? Jacob?
Yeah, we're here. Yeah. And it's
Unfortunately,
starting.
I'm going to be in New York Giants territory. Well, fortunately, I'm seeing my family. It's Christmas, blah blah blah. But I will at least communicate. I'll send you some texts. I'll send you some, maybe I'll call in, whatever. We'll have some fun with that. But I think you have nice picks.
No doubt about that. And by the way, a great event coming up in January, the National Horse Players Championship qualifiers scheduled here at Hialeah Park, right here at the Champion Simulcast Center is where we're going to be. What time does it start?
Listen, on the actual event is January 12th on Sunday.
Yeah.
People get here. They're telling me that you have to get here about 11 o'clock. You got to sign up and stuff.
So it starts like at noon?
Well, it's post time. It's post time, yeah, right around 12, 12:30.
All right. So, no, I got to say, because then that means we'll start our show at 11. So maybe we can
get here a little early.
get an hour in before, and then we'll
Yes.
be here for a couple hours, and we'll But the hour before, maybe we could talk to some of the folks that are participating in this, have some a little fun.
This is exactly the same as the World Series of Poker. Okay? With the World Series of Poker, for years, in the last 20 years, they have satellite tournaments all over the country. That's what this is. This is the National Horse Player Championship. It's the same thing as World Series of Poker. In the local winning here, right here at Hialeah Park, we're going to give away $5,000 for the first prize and a trip, which includes hotel and airfare to Las Vegas, and an entry into the Las Vegas finals, where you can win. Forget that the money is huge money.
Yes.
It's not 5,000. It's
Big time.
It's just money in the couch. So the whole overall prize is $10,000 in cash. This is a really good event. It costs $325 to sign up, and you just have to win here every day. At the end of the day, you'll know if you're going to Vegas, and if you got $5,000,
That's awesome.
Even the third prize. Here's the prize package: $5,000 for first place, $2,500 for second. Not going to Vegas. $1,500 for third, and $1,000 for fourth place. You're not even on the money. You're not even in the top 10. You get a cheat.
It's awesome.
It's a good event. And it's $325 for they call them National Horse Player members, but it pays to just join the NHC, and it's $300. So
Okay.
a little bit of a discount there. You work with a $200 bank, and from there you see if you can get the champion.
Well, we're going to have, because we're going to watch them do it, and then we'll just steal some tips, maybe win some money. So that's what we'll do while the races are going on. That's where and next week I'm going to get here and make a couple of wagers before we get on the air, so I can be a part of some of these, because that's the one thing that I left out today. And the races are going on, and all these guys are screaming, and I want to be in part of this. So yeah, definitely. So we got to do that.
All right.
Steve, as always, my brother, great stuff, man.
Pleasure. And like you said, we do these sports bet wagers. Kind of wake up the government up there in Tallahassee. Let's get some sports.
Yes.
Let's get the sports book approved here in the state of Florida. We got about 10 or 12 states already are ahead of us already. There's about 20 working on it. Let's get working.
Standard operating procedure for Florida, man.
I don't want to be number 42nd to get sports book in the United States. So we're
always lagging behind with everything.
And yesterday we started our new segment, which is the Hialeah Park Sports Investment segment. And we have a different handicapper every week. Tim Murray from the Daily Line on NBC Sports joined us yesterday for our Hialeah Park Sports Investment segment. So, yes, we are doing that every Thursday on the show.
Well, Hialeah is really getting put on the map here. I just want to get announced today that the NFL, and we talked about this in the last week, would like to be an official sponsor of the Larry Little Foundation event that we held here 2 weeks ago.
Sure.
So they were here on property today, checking out things, and they want to be an official sponsor of that. They're going to be a sponsor and endorsing that foundation. So we all know we all attended it. It was great.
Oh, awesome.
The NFL picked up on it, and now it's going to be endorsed by the NFL. That's pretty big time.
Yeah.
That's pretty big time. I'd like to see that in the golf course. I got a feeling that would be a pretty enjoyable.
Enjoyable, yes. Not good, but
I
enjoyable.
didn't say nothing about good.
Give me a cigar and a drink, and then I'm just
I was
clubbing
gonna
all
say,
over the place.
He's
That's
waiting
it.
for the girls cruising around in the carts.
That's okay. That's okay.
Get us.
That's what it's all about, bro.
It's all right. It's a scramble. So
I'm not the guy that I'm not the guy that gets mad because I sprayed it. I'm
you
just
know what
like,
it is
hey,
for
what
me?
it is.
It's one.
I know I suck. So it
It's
doesn't
one of
matter.
the few times in the city you could go to a place and look around and just see grass and trees and stuff like that, and just have a beer, relax, don't get mad, don't fight the ball, just enjoy nature, and you're into, you don't get to do that a lot in the city.
I'm a putt-putt guy.
Use your putting skill.
No, but I mean, there's little putt-putt things. That's where I.
He's
That's
talking
where
the
I.
artificial grass with the triangles in the middle.
That's where I kick ass.
When you start and take the right moves, you get better at putting. I don't know if anybody's ever told you that.
Relax.
Sort of. You sort of get better.
I don't know if anything helps my golf game when I'm out there on the course.
But look, the events over at Shoes. Outdoors, it has a little nostalgia. You walk in,
Sure.
you walk in the locker room, you see Bob Greasy and Mercury Mars and stuff like that. It's kind of cool. It's very cool. And like Billy said, go outside. It's a nice course. Course is in great shape 2 weeks ago. But I'm really proud for Larry and happy for us that the NFL has selected an event that can be a course.
That's
Another
awesome.
positive here.
Great stuff.
we had a really good time that night, and the
Had a great
longevity that he's been doing it, 13 years. I think he's raised over $1 million. Phenomenal.
Yeah, so great cause. All right, guys. Listen, next week I'll be in touch with you. See if we can pick up a double victory here.
You got it.
We're going for it. We had a little setback last week. Now we're going to do a little bit of a double
That was
down.
on me.
A little bit of a double down. What's the deal, Billy? It was the Dolphins. Trust me. Had nothing to do with it. The Dolphins. So, all right, guys.
Good stuff, Steve. You're a stud, my brother. Thank you as always, my man.
Thank you.
You got it.
Bye-bye, brother.
There you go.
Bye-bye.
All right, we're going to get our final guest on. Daryl Stewart's going to join us now from Mid-Ohio Dolphins Club. And hopefully Daryl will be joining us out in Vegas in April for the draft. We'll have a little fun with Daryl. We'll get him on here on the program. Remember, you can always reach out to us on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, which is 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there. As always, that's like a 24-hour talk show. And normally at 4 o'clock is when we do it. We're running a little late today, right from the get-go. But that's the beauty of all of this, that we can run late all we want and we can do whatever we want because that's how it goes here on the program. Daryl Stewart, by the way, is the president of the Mid-Ohio Dolphins Club, and he is kind enough now to join us here while we're at Hialeah Park, and you can hear him screaming as the race at Stronach is going on right now. Daryl, good afternoon, my man. How are you doing? Did you hear him? Daryl, are you there? There we go, Daryl. How you doing, my man? Well, listen, we're sorry we're a little late here. We're running a little late here on the program, so I appreciate you hanging in there with us as always. So how have you been hanging in with this Dolphin season so far? So are you a tanker or hell no, you still root for the team and hope they can win a game? So, Daryl, tell me a little bit about the Mid-Ohio Dolphins Club. How did it start, and what do you guys do out there?